Well, good morning from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, where we are into another round of matches today. This one being played at St. Paul's, as I mentioned earlier on. And we are into round number 4, is it? And this one is being played between Barbados, who played here on Wednesday, a match which they won. And they played against the Leeward Islands on Wednesday, and they won that match. So they're back here today. So they would be familiar with the conditions here. They're coming up against Jamaica, and we have been told that Jamaica won the toss, and they opted to bat. And for Barbados, they've made 2 changes from the team that played against the Leeward Islands, and which won also. And Lowell is out, Raphael Lowell is out. Also, the fast bowler, Jakeem Pollard, he's also out. And in today, Rajai Gittins and Kamari Griffith, those are the players in for the Barbados team who is now taking the field. I say good morning to Troy Mills. And Troy Mills, you would have had some news on the Jamaica team. You would have been out there at the toss. So you could probably update listeners on that.
Good morning, Earl. Good morning to listeners and viewers. The Jamaicans won the toss and they decided to bat first. They're saying the track, it looks good, as we have basically seen for the last 3 matches here. And they also said they won the toss in the last match, and they won the match. So they are riding on good fortunes, as it were. They've made 2 changes, and we'll get around to them a little later. But Barbados also said had they won the toss, they would have batted. So we expect a good battle anytime any Jamaican team comes up against any Barbados team. Barbados, one of the 3 undefeated teams in the competition, the USA one and the Windward Islands being the other. The Windward Islands, they would have had an abandoned match in Nevis.
Yeah, so that would not have worked in their favor. At the end of round 2, of course, the Windwards would have been leading. But that abandoned match in Nevis, in which they would have had to share points, would not have worked in their favor. Of course, there are bonus points in question, so I suspect that the USA won. And Barbados, they would have gone ahead of the Windward Islands.
I suspect that is the case, and we can't take our eyes off the USA one. They've been playing very good cricket. Both USA teams have been. The second team, perhaps not as strategic on the field, but the USA, they would have had 2 century partnerships for the first and second wicket in their last match.
Well, not as strategic. It's as expected. Of course, the USA one team is the team which they would tell you they would have the crop of their best players, and the team 2, of course, you could refer to it as the second string players. Of course, players from this team could make it into the team 1 going forward, but play starts, and this one is short, lifting outside the off stump, good height gain there by Gittins, who is into this match today, and no shot being offered. The batsman facing up is Riven Morgan, and he's a left-hander. So chirping starts out there. The breeze picking up a bit. Some clouds are short outside the off stump. Moving away from the batsman. So, of course, Pollard, we saw the left-handed Pollard on Wednesday opening the bowling for Barbados. He's out of the team today. And Rajai Gittins is in. He's number 10. And he starts with 2 slips as third man, the backward point, extra cover mid-off. Oh, that's a good one. And in the end, the batsman just pulled his bat away. In fact, that looks like Virgo. Virgo is the left-handed batsman, number 6 on his back. So Virgo is the batsman. And the other batsman, of course, at the far end, yet to face the reliever is Tyreek Bryan. Oh, shortish, just short of a good length. Gaining some height, going through to the keeper. So, some away movement to the left-hander. Of course, this would have been inward movement to a right-hander. But Gittins certainly working up a bit of pace. Of course, this is an under-19 tournament. He's playing at this one. And the ball eludes the edge and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Bowens, of course, the wicketkeeper for Barbados. And you can hear the chirping becoming louder and louder out there. 5 deliveries so far in this game, and Jamaica yet to get off the mark.
None of the 5 would have touched the bat or been played.
Oh, and this is a repeat performance. Good start there by Gittins as the ball just seamed away from the left-handed batsman, the left-handed Virgo, and it was taken behind. So good start there for Jamaica.
Definitely a maiden over. It's the first time, Smitten, I'm seeing an over being bowled and there was no contact with bat and ball.
Well, I said a good over for Jamaica. In fact, good in the sense that they did not lose a wicket, but it was an even better over for Barbados, who did not concede a run. And as Troy rightly put it, no ball touched the bat. Of course, he would have left a few alone, but there were some that would have beaten the bat outside, 1 or 2 which he would have played at.
Indeed. And the Barbados, one of 3 teams undefeated, one of 2 teams with 3 victories. The Windward Islands, they had an abandoned match last round.
Roach is the bowler from the pavilion end. And this one comes from bat, and not only that, Brian picks up a single, so Jamaica off the mark, turned into the onside.
The first run, and it's going to be the left-hander who is going to be facing now.
Well, there are 2 lefties out there.
Yes. The left-hander who faced the first over.
Yes.
Forgive me.
Virgo.
And
Kevandre Virgo and Tyreek Bryan, who was off the mark immediately, so he has a good strike rate, 100. Roach. He's defending, but Roach is on stump. A delivery lifting a bit on about center stump. The batsman had to play. He kept it down well. The ball ran into the gully region.
First ball in 7 that Virgo has found the bat connecting.
Line, of course, being different on this occasion. He gets an edge and it's run away down to the, in fact, leg-wise, brushing the pads on the way through. 4 runs to Jamaica, nevertheless.
And there was actually some movement in the ear, Smitten. So that would be encouraging to the bowler, to Roach, and his team, of course.
It was a full pitch delivery, of course. And as you said, there was some movement, but the line was not too good. It brushed the patterns way down to the boundary for 4. Oh, here we have an appeal. And this one starting just on about off stump and moving further away. And Virgo was playing that and missing, and through it went to Bowens behind.
Well, he's still there, no harm done. So once you live to fight another day, that's always a good thing for the batting team.
Psychological advantage, of course, to the bowler.
Of course.
The batsman, of course, you might say lives to fight another day, but he sets his mind thinking. He plays this one better though and gets it up to mid-on. But straight to the fielder, Newton. And can't score. Newton, of course, more St. Kitts Nevis name. Not a name you would associate with Barbados. Of course, there are a couple names in the Barbados team. Greenwich, Carter. These Roach, who is approaching now. Wide of the off stump, and a bit surprised that it was not signaled wide by umpire Prasad. And of course, we must mention too that the umpires in this match, Efron Byam, he's from St. Vincent, and Prasad, who is from Guyana, Javid Prasad. Then Donald Shekels, who is from Antigua. So Barbados has started well, Troy.
Yes, 5 without loss after 2 overs. A little trying there for Virgo, is it? And the Barbados team full of confidence, as they should be. And they started the match on a winning way, winning the toss. Forgive me, a losing way, losing the toss. The Jamaicans won the toss.
What we have seen though, we have seen some away movement from both opening bowlers. Ball seemed to be seen when you did see one which from Roach which moved a bit in the air. Of course, it's a big muggy starting, although it's becoming a little lighter. A breeze is blowing, and the mugginess is wearing off. This one is badly lined and beats the keeper and goes down to fine leg for wide. So 5 of them signaled now by the umpire.
That came through with a bit of pace. The keeper might have been thinking that he ought to have done better. Diving to his right, being beaten.
Effort ball perhaps, looking to put more into it, and the extra pace, of course, as you rightly said. Now we see the umpire is having a look at the ball and now throws it back to the bowler, Gittins. Of course, this one is down the onside once more. Another wide. One more to the score. And my good friend Troy Mills with some Caribbean flair today. Very colorful his shirt. See parrots, we see cockatoos, see parrots. All sorts of graphic. Mills.
Definitely very colorful.
Of course, a red background as this one beats Brian outside the off stump and goes straight to the keeper.
And perhaps residents from the St. Paul's area would be very glad to see me in this color shirt, Smitten.
Oh, yes. Deep red background, scarlet red background, sporting all these birds and palms and etc., etc. Don't know if I could match you at any point. Gittins though. It's one nice single take there by the batsman. Just eased into the offside by Brian and sets off. Good calling, good response from his partner Virgo. And 1 run.
Indeed, very early call. Decisive, sprinting off. and they will continue. And once they keep picking up the singles, the fours, the twos, the threes, whatever, the sixes will come. But it's important to
driven back to the bowler. See coaches showing Campbell on the boundary at the far end. He's accompanied there by Shane Dowich. Both players, of course, would have represented the West Indies. Dowich as a wicketkeeper batsman who had an early retirement that he's just about 30 at this point. And he would have retired some years ago. Sherwin Campbell, of course, opening batsman for West Indies. Oh, this one beats him outside the off stump.
actually had him doing a bit of trigonometry. The shape he found himself in, not a traditional cricket shape, but he's still there. And he lives to fight another day.
So coach is looking on from the far end. They're in a long off position for the left-handed batsman. No doubt looking on and probably trying to pick out some weaknesses of the Jamaican batsman. Play that and misses outside the off stump. It goes to the keeper. So definitely beaten that time, Virgo.
Yes, the Barbados team will start thinking that Virgo is a very good candidate for caught behind. Quite a few balls. He has left alone outside the off stump. A few he has been playing and missing. Much to the delight of the Barbados team. Obviously, they'll be more delighted were there to be some connection between the bat and the ball going to hands. But they'll keep working.
So Brian, who's the shorter of the two batsmen, small of the two batsmen out there, he settles. And Roach will approach from the pavilion end. Gets one, slow delivery, and he had to wait some time for delivery to get to him. It bounced a bit, but in the end played it well. Very similar feel to that of Gittins, two slips. There's a point in position, third man also. Cover, wide mid-off. There's a mid-on, short mid-wickets. And fine leg back on the boundary. Outside the off stump, and the white is signal, too wide.
And you did mention, Smith, earlier that there was one almost similar to this one, and I thought that may have been more of a wide than this one, but the umpire, he's closer to the action, and the balls, they keep moving away from the batters.
He's driving at and missing. Of course, the umpires do at times take into consideration the movement of the batsman. And that is, of course, that tram line is only a guideline. And if the batsman move across then of course, the line moves also. And of course, that's imagined. This one is closer to the batsman, and he digs it out and gets it up to mid-off, where it's fielded. Branch getting a good bouncing ball, and he fielded quite easily, and no run.
It's interesting how the game has evolved, Smitten.
This one is down the onside, and as expected, a wide signal. The batsman was looking to whip it into the onside and missed it completely. And through it went to the keeper. Yes,
in our days growing up, Smitten, batters were just listed without consideration of left and right pair. They listed according to ability or whatever the case was. And I don't recall when last I've seen two left-handers opening. Normally, teams are trying to go for left and right.
Flashed into the offside. This is a good shot. Get on top of the bounce of this one and steering it square of the wicket on the offside out towards the square cover boundary, and good running also. They're back for the third. So nice shot there by Tyreek Bryan, and good running too, and the batsman picking up 3 runs.
We haven't seen too many threes, and the boundaries are fairly large here. But that was definitely good running, Smitten. They called early, they ran aggressively, good communication, and picking up an easy 3 runs.
Whipped into the onside. This is going to go close to the boundary. In fact, the batsman, Virgo, in fact, that's his first runs. So it has taken him some 14 deliveries for him to get off the mark.
Whipping that one off the leg.
15, in fact.
Very good shot indeed.
Against the Leewards, Barbados, we saw the opening bowlers struggle to take a wicket. There was an opening partnership of some 45 runs outside the off stump, no shot. And it was the spinners for Barbados, and I'm speaking about the match on Wednesday right here in St. Paul's. It was the spinners, was when the spinners came into the attack. I think it was Carter. And he started the route for the Leewards. And we are seeing that the fast bowlers, although they've beaten the edge on a number of occasions, they're still struggling to pick up a wicket.
Yes, most correct, Swinton. 45 without loss at the end of the power play. And by the first over after the power play, it was 45 for 2.
Just saw some stats there up for Brian, but quickly taken down. In fact, I think, oh yes, this one pretty close to the edge of Brian's bat. I think those stats were up for Gittins.
Beaten indeed. No harm done at the end of the day. And Brian perhaps a little surprised with that one. The balls are moving away from the left-handers.
Oh, there's an appeal. Sort of half-hearted. I heard 2 sounds. So chances are that would have taken the edge into the pads.
And that may have been just a trickle outside the leg stump as well. The umpire had no interest whatsoever.
Appeal was not as vociferous as that would suggest that the players were confident that the batsman would have been out. Rather half-hearted. Gittins though on his way. And this one driven nicely into the offside, going up towards the boundary, gathering momentum, goes across the cover point boundary, 4 runs. That's a nice shot.
Very good square drive as it were. And this side of the field, the eastern side as it were, a little faster than the western part of the ground. And that one really raced into the boundary. Beautifully timed as well, Smitten.
Yes, a nice shot. 25 for no loss. Going over number 5. So Brian, he has gone on to 9 with that shot. And here's one going down to fine leg. And just a single. So 26 for no loss. Batsman, 14 runs to the batsman, 12 extras already. Two slips remain in place. So the Barbados team still looking to take the edge of the batsman and perhaps get a catch behind. Oh, he's taking on the pad. The peel goes up, finger goes up. So he's on his way. Taking on the pad is Virgo, and the peel went up, and rather belatedly, the finger of umpire Efron Bayam from St. Vincent and the Grenadines went up. So Jamaica lose their first wicket, and the batsman not too happy with that leg before decision, but he has to make his way back. So 26 for 1.
Definitely, it was a case of umpire Bayam, as I normally say, referring to the MR, mental review. He looked at it, he considered, was it outside the leg stump? After being convinced it was on the wicket, would have hit the wicket.
Second sound?
I didn't pick up a second sound.
Okay.
And he looked, obviously he felt there wasn't no bat involved, and it would have hit the wicket. And it dropped between wicket and wicket, especially not on the leg side. And then he was on his way.
So the captain goes down now to partner Brian Barnes, the captain, of course, for Jamaica.
And interestingly enough, one would have thought that that was Vogel, who was out, yes. Somehow I felt he was more caught behind candidate as opposed to LBW. But a wicket is a wicket. And the Barbados team would be glad.
So we have a number of matches going on today. They all flashed into the offside. And goes across the boundary. And they're 4 runs to the captain. Captain, a rather bally looking lad for Jamaica. Barnes. And he's off the mark immediately.
A lovely shot. Banging that one, square again. And picking up an easy 4. 30 without loss at the end of 5. A run rate of an even Steven, 6 runs per over. And the projected target at 300. And as Smith would tell you, this is early days yet, very early days yet. And that will change, it may change, it will change one way or the other. One team getting to 300 so far, that's the USA 1 team in their last match.
Speaking of the USA, they are coming up against the USA 1 is coming up against the USA 2 today. And that match is being played at Connery, and the USA 1 is batting, and they're 18 for no loss. And then Trinidad, white signal there, so 1 more to the score. Of course, the under 19 women, they're also in action today. But the Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands on the 19 men, they are batting and they're 40 for no loss. Guyana coming up against the Windwards. And that's at Keon, of course. The Leewards are playing over the Nevis at the E.T. Willett Park as another, in fact, a dead ball signal. And we have Guyana coming up against the Windward Islands at Keon. The Windward Islands, they're batting. They're 42 for 1. And we are very much entrenched here with this match. The score is 31 for 1. This one is turned or might have brushed the pads on its way down to fine leg for a single. Yes, in fact, it's a leg by, and they certainly brushed the pad. So runs flowing a bit more freely for the Jamaican team, but they have lost the wicket. Projected score, of course, being 310 at the current rate. They're going at 6.19 runs for over. So At the top of the Jamaican innings, of course, so far we're seeing 3 left-handers. The captain, Barnes, is on strike. And he's whipping into the onside, over short mid-wicket, and it's 4.
And really stepping out and banging that, lifting it just above the fielder at mid-wicket. Perhaps if he were a foot and a half taller, he may have gotten close to it. And a deliberate shot indeed.
It's asking a lot, foot and a half.
A deliberate shot indeed by Barnes, going eerily, knowing that there are only 2 fielders outside of the circle and they are down at the third man and the long leg boundary.
Time he's defending, gets it into the gully region and can't score. It will be interesting to see how the Jamaicans approach the spin bowlers. The heavy diet of medium fast bowling. In fact, these 2 bowlers, Gittins and Roach, they would have opened the bowling for Barbados. And quite noticeably, the coaches, Dawich and Campbell, they remained in the position that they took at. Oh, this is a slow delivery, Yorker length delivery, but well played too by Barnes. Came down on it and got it into the offside and picked up a single.
Indeed, the coaches for the Barbados team just looking on. Don't think there has been any need in this match, nor the previous match here, for them to actually get involved in the strategy on the field.
Driving and driving up to wideish mid-off. Just a single. In fact, they were thinking in terms of another run, but in the end decided against it. So Barnes, he has rushed on to 9 from some 4 deliveries. And Brian, who opened the innings with Virgo, he's there still. He's 11 from 14. But it's Roach. Stops there. And a dead ball signal by the umpire, Prasad, Javid Prasad of Guyana.
Be given by Campbell.
This one is outside the off stump. And through it goes to the keeper. So end of over number 6. And it's 38 for 1. Jamaica after that won the toss and elected to take first knock.
Fairly even, Stephen. Power play so far, 38 runs, being had 1 wicket being taken. Barbados would like to get another 1 or 2 to end the power play. And obviously, the Jamaicans will want to perhaps get to 50-60 without giving another wicket at the end of the power play. Barnes, the captain and non-striker, he seems very aggressive, Smitten.
This one is pushed into the offside. And they can't score. Yes, Barnes has been out of the blocks very quickly. And we've seen him going over the top. And we've seen him playing some nice drives all along the carpet into the square cover region. So he has looked so far. He's a big lad, bulky, tall. But it's Brian who is on strike. And he's pushing this one into the offside. Some clouds around, and we're hoping that they drift away. Not much of a breeze blowing at the moment. But so far so good. We have been blessed with good weather here at St. Paul's, and in fact in the other matches also. Oh, this one is down the onside. There's an appeal. The finger goes up. He's on his way. And he looks back at the umpire. He looks back at umpire Byam. But he seemed to have been strangled down the onside there by Gittins. And the second wicket goes down. Second wicket to Gittins.
Looking up at the umpire, when he did that, I got the suggestion that he may have played it. I imagine I heard a sound. And just the look at the umpire, suggesting, I'm wondering if he's going to see that.
Well, he does not, the way he's walking away rather slowly, he does not seem to be too happy a youngster. But he has to go. The finger went up and he has to go. So, Scott goes in.
First right-hander coming into the match for the Jamaicans.
The Marcus Scott, of course. So we've had just some 3 deliveries in this over so far. Wicket falling. Barbados doing quite well at the moment. They have picked up 2 wickets. So Scott has had 15 matches, a very low strike rate, 45. So he settles, and it would be Gittins who came into this match today. Makes his way in. Oh, that's a good one. Started just outside the off stump and moved slightly away from the right-handed Scott, but he played it well. He picked up the line well and allowed it through to the keeper.
Nice welcome for him. But seeing it well, playing it well, no harm done. He lives to fight another day. Gittins is the only successful bowler of the 2. 2 for 16 from 3.4 overs.
Flashes that one outside the off stump, a wide signal. And the 1 more to the score. But certainly, Gittins picking up the 2 wickets. And Barbados would be happy that they would have, after losing the toss and having to field, they would be happy that they have picked up 2 wickets so far in this match. Jamaica, on the other hand, they were thinking in terms of riding their luck in that when they batted first in the previous matches, they would have won. They are struggling as this one is badly lined on the onside. So, and we are in over number 7, coming towards the end of the first power play. But so far, so good for Barbados. They would have enjoyed the better part of this power play so far.
So far, a double victory as it were, 2 wickets, limiting the Jamaica team to just 40 runs.
Outside the off stump, wide once more. This is turning out to be a very long over.
A few wides being bowled so far, and in previous matches we've seen Smitten a lot of extras, 20 plus extras.
And mainly wides. Leewards in their first match bowled 21 wides out of 25 extras. So when you look at the leg buys, etc., in this match so far, though, there's been a number of buys and leg buys. And wides, of course, outside the off stump. This one is closer to the stumps, and Bowen fumbles a bit, but not enough to give away a run.
I think it was the 3rd ball that Scott faced. It was a wide ball. The umpire did signal wide, but he went slashing at it outside the off stump, which is something shot selection. West Indians they need to get much better at that.
Oh, this one, another
With himself.
This is a long over.
We've had 4 wides so far in the over. So he has almost bowled an extra over, Smitten.
Yes, 4 wides, 2 deliveries shy of an extra over. Those wides are runs, of course. Oh, this one sort of a nothing shot at the delivery outside the off stump. And thankfully the over comes to an end. 42 for 2.
Indeed, and 3 overs left in the power play. Both openers are back in the pavilion. The first right-hander in 4 batters at the crease. Perhaps a little strange to me to see numbers 1, 2, and 3 being lefties.
Well, is it strange for you to see numbers 1, 2, and 3 being righties?
Strangely, no, not in today's cricket. In our day of cricket, Smitten, that was commonplace.
No, you have a lot of left-handers emerging all over the region. You know, you look at lots of these teams, normally it's a left and right-handed combination, but if your best batsmen are left-handers, then so be it.
Some may very well be natural left, a little more challenging to bowl to, and some persons train their children to bat left. That's going to be not called a wide by umpire Prasad.
So do you really think that left-handers are more challenging to bowl to? Because, I know quite a number of bowlers, they enjoy bowling to left-handers. Especially right-handed bowlers, there's the natural inward movement to a right-hander which goes away from the left-hander.
Most correct. And there's going to be a mix-up here, but the batsmen get through, and they not only get through with that 1 run, they are going to get some overthrows. And it's 4 overthrows. So a bit of confusion at the start. They decided to take the single, and then a throw came in, went straight to the boundary.
One wonders if the throw was at the right end. Non-strikers seem to, the batsman, the captain who was coming, he would have struck the ball. He seemed to have had more distance to cover, but the fielder opted to go for the striker's end, and in the end gave away extra runs. But I'm wondering, of course, there was no one up to the stumps. That could have been part of the problem too, but perhaps the non-striker's end would have been a better end to aim at.
Definitely, and this is another wide, Smitten, as the wides keep coming fast and furious. Similar to that movie, the sequel up to number 7, 8, or 9 by now. And the umpire Prasad, he did a bit of check, needing to find out if the overthrows happened before the batters crossed or not.
Oh.
A bit of movement again in the ear. Scott being able to dig it out. And support for the bowler Roach by the Barbados team. According to Smitten, a bit of chirping continues. And why not? They are 48 for 2. And there's a loud appeal on that occasion. They go through for a single. There's a shy at the stump. It's all happening here at St. Paul's. And the umpire is now signaling leg by. Perhaps that one drifting down the leg side a little too much, Smitten?
Yes, not a bad shot, but might have missed leg stump. The ball nipped back and to the right hander. Started about center and leg stump also. And the batsman, they took a quick single, but there seems to be a bit of confusion between the running between wickets between these two so far. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Two near chances of run out during the same over. And here is Barnes going overhead and over the extra cover region for 6. Nice, easy time, beautifully timed shot, Smitten.
It was more wide long on as opposed to extra cover. So left-hander, of course, getting it over. Wideish, long on, more maybe a straightish mid-wicket position, but a good shot nevertheless. Well timed, well played, well placed, and he seems to be the type of batsman who's going to score quickly. 20 from 8 so far.
He's really getting it on here for Jamaica. And he has played some easy-looking shot. And he is just turning it around the corner for a single. Perhaps a leg slip position were there to be one. The keeper moves away to his right, but he couldn't stop the single. It's the end of the 8th over.
Single, of course, came from a leg by, striking the batsman on the thigh and going into the leg gully region where it was retrieved. But good striking rate here for Jamaica. They're going at over 7 runs for over, 55 for 2. But the captain certainly is playing well. He's been aggressive and he's taking the fight to the bowlers. So he's on 20 from 8.
Barnes 20 from 9. Bryan 11 from 17. The openers. The Marcus Scott. He's faced 5 balls, yet to get off the mark. He came in at number 4.
Seen the bowling change from the far end to Troy. Bell is coming into the attack. Replacing Gittins, another fast bowler coming into the attack for Barbados.
Bell, 10 matches, 11 innings so far, and they run through for a quick single. Very good running indeed after some miscommunication twice in the last over. Very vociferous encouragement coming from the Barbados team. Oh, beautifully pulled. That one through the mid-wicket region. Scott getting off the mark with a boundary after 6 balls.
Too short though from the replacement bowler, Bell from the far end. Shot played with some authority through straightish mid-wicket by Scott. Powerfully struck and pulled through the onside. A good 4.
That's going down the leg side. And Scott asking the umpire about a wide. Perhaps it brushed something on the way through spin.
I don't think it brushed anything, but that passed pretty close to Scott. It might even have passed just over the leg bail. And I think that's good judgment there by the umpire.
Asking the umpire. Different application of the wide by some umpires. And there has been some changes. There have been a change over the past few years. That one is down the leg side, signal wide this time. The batsman also run through for a single. So that's going to be 2 runs. Some umpires apply the thinking anything down the leg side is a wide. Way back when there was that tram line and it had to be outside of that on the leg side. On the offside, it was about 2 feet. The leg side, it was about 1.5 feet. playing and missing at that one. Rising a bit on him was Barnes. Trying to get that through the cover region. But the keeper collects safely, 63 for 2 after 8.5 overs.
The key thing though, once umpires remain consistent, that's the key thing.
And Sammy has been speaking about that or the lack of thereof. The test series against Australia.
I don't think it's in relation to wides though.
No, not at all. The consistency of the umpire in the decisions. And in Sammy's case, catches in some cases being given and other cases not for similar conditions.
Well, there's the technology, and it's very disheartening when you look at the technology and then when you think that a decision should go one way, it goes the other way. And you're looking at technology. I don't know if there's a fault in the technology or a fault in the personnel behind the technology.
The argument for those 2 test matches seemed to be the personnel behind the technology.
Now the bowling change from the pavilion end, and Newton is coming into the attack. Not a medium pacer.
1 wicket from 3 innings. 1 for 3, his best figures so far.
Interesting. It seems as though Barbados has a set plan. They are not using any of their spinners inside the first power play. Spinners, of course, being the most successful bowlers in the last match.
Oh, that is going to be an extra wide. Perhaps 2 wides, as a matter of fact. But well, it's only the one signal for 1. That's how wide it was.
Put it this way, wide in any level of cricket and coaching and no ball territory.
Definitely.
But it seemed to have pitched within the cut strip. So just a wide signal.
Newton one's away from us here at the media center end, and bringing Barnes in a shot coming across, and then that one coming through at him, trying to go down on it, missing lock, stock and barrel, going to the keeper, no harm done.
I think the ball kept low. And that is what beat Barnes in the end. Kept very low. First delivery we have really seen keeping low. We have seen some lifting throughout.
And that one, quite the contrary, Smith getting up. Really getting up at Barnes, playing it.
Surprised them.
Yes, it did.
It was a good
perhaps,
lifter.
Perhaps it shocked the helmet. The umpire has signaled for the concussion check. Barnes is suggesting that it came from the bat.
It didn't look like it shocked the helmet to me, but the umpire, they're in a better position than I am.
Yeah, I thought he played it, and he played it beautifully. And I also thought he played it from in front of the face.
He's indicating to the physio that, he showed him his bat, so perhaps suggesting that it might have been all bat.
Yes, and the physio basically miniature checks, as it were, perhaps being convinced it wasn't the helmet. I thought it was the bat from in front of the face, which was very beautifully placed. And the previous ball, Smitten keeping somewhat low. This one really popping up.
Yes, from one degree to another, ball that kept very low, one extreme to the other.
And this is full and wide outside the leg stump, so much so it goes across the boundary for 4.
4 wides. Very similar delivery to the one that he bowled first when he started. The only difference this time is that it's down the onside to the right hand.
Bowling wide. That one a little full outside the off stump. beating the keeper, first fumbling, the batters, quite a good awareness by Barnes calling for the single. And Scott obliging.
Very contrasting over before, though. We have seen some wide deliveries, very wide deliveries. When he gets it on target, he has been posing some problems for the batsman. So very contrasting over indeed.
We were speaking about consistencies or lack of when it comes to the umpires. That's clearly the case here with this new bowler, Newton, still into his first over. 8 runs conceded so far. 2 wides. Bowled. And here is Barnes going aerially, 1 bounce over the long on boundary. Effortless, Smitten. Picking up another 4 is Barnes, taking him onto 23, 72 for 2.
Well, this lad Barnes seems to have taken a page out of Chris Gale's book. Barnes seems to have taken a page out of Chris Gale's book. He is a very aggressive player indeed, left-hander, strongly built, and not afraid to go over the top. We have seen him struck one mighty 6 over Cow Corner already, and he's looking good.
Another wide again, signaled by the umpire from Newton. Perhaps needing to shift to the right arm round, Smitten, try coming from a different angle to see how that works out. And it looks like he's doing that now.
30 extras so far, guess what?
About 25 in wides.
Very close, 23 in wides.
Okay. A little better line.
Seem to have followed your advice. He's gone around the wicket, looking to angle it into the left-handed Barnes, who is on 27 from 16.
And the score has shot up to 77 for 2 with the last ball of the power play. So Jamaica definitely thinking, yes, we won the toss, we batted first, and they'll believe they've won the power play, the first power play. Dabbing that one, the first power play. The Jamaicans, they've lost 2 wickets so far. They've accumulated 78 runs.
Yes, I think Jamaica would be satisfied with their position at the moment, having won the toss and electing to bat. Yes, of course, they have lost the 2 wickets, but having been able to get to a score of 78 and going at 7.8 runs per over with the captain Brian Barnes on song at the moment with striking rate 2. He has 28 from 17, so they would be pretty happy with their position at the moment.
Since we've been here at St. Paul, Smitten, I think this is the highest projected score, 390, that we have seen in any game. Sometimes projections, they fall just there or thereabout. And here is Barnes banging it square on the offside, picking up a single.
Of course, that was the first power play when fielders were inside the circle. Just a couple of fielders allowed outside. And it could be very misleading. A wicket out 2 and some tight bowling, and then things become totally different. But good going though by the Jamaicans.
Conversely, 2 very heavy overs for the Jamaican team. We see that rising sharply, and the keeper being signaling to the pavilion for a helmet. Though we are going to be using spinners in the power play.
Yes, it's a case of sticking to the script.
And trying to get that one into the onside. getting it down to a mid-on position was cut. They went through for a single, not really in control of the shot, but getting a single nonetheless. Remember way back when I think it was a World Cup smitten, when Richard Hadley from New Zealand, was it, opened the bowling. Everybody thought that was madness.
In terms of?
That one beating Barnes on this occasion, looking back to see it going safely through to the keeper, no contact made. That one keeping perhaps a mite low. Bell bowling from the far end.
Yeah, so you were saying Richard Hadley opened the bowling, and it was thought to be madness. And it was interesting to know the reasons for that.
And some inventions are made by accident, some are made through necessity.
I'm still trying to follow you, Troy.
At the time, it was unheard of to have a spin opening the bowling.
Well, Richard Hadley wasn't a spin
Forgive
bowler.
me. It was
Richard Hadley
correct.
was one of the best fast bowlers,
Yes, you're correct,
coming out of New Zealand.
It was a New Zealander, I think it was, who opened the bowling with spin. I'm wondering if it wasn't.
In fact, Richard Hadley is a well-celebrated fast bowler out of New Zealand. And a very good all-rounder too. He batted quite well. He got good runs internationally, but a top, you could say a top fast bowler, a bowler who swung the ball quite a bit. But I think I have an idea. I'm just trying to get that player in mind. I have an idea of the player you're talking about. Right, when, it was not the norm those days for a spin bowler to open the bowling, but we had a situation where it was instituted and it was started, and now it's commonplace these days.
$81 for 2 after 11 overs. Baptist, who's been introduced, is best bowling 2 for 20.
And we're going to see some calisthenics here today. A lot of arms and legs going all over the place, as he's wont to do.
He's coming right arm round from the media center end.
So with arms and legs going in all direction. Very interesting approach. Very short approach.
Ooh, and that one just pitching and turning away from Barnes. The keeper collecting. Getting a little bit of height on that occasion too.
Yes, good bounce, a bit of some grip there from the bowler Baptist, Jean Baptist. And a good start to his spell.
A little slow, and there's an appeal for stumping. Pulling Barnes a little forward, it's seemingly unbalanced. Keeper whipping the bails off, but the umpire not having the benefit of a review system.
Well, you would refer to it as mental review, and he certainly did that quite quickly.
And Barnes pitching just outside of the off stump of the left-hander. A little wider, that one. Not inducing a shot from Barnes. This occasion he does. It goes down to the backward point region and no harm done. Testing Barnes is that one a little closer, getting a little bit of bounce, turning away from Barnes, going through to the keeper. It brings up the end of the 12th over.
Yes, so we've had just about 1 hour's play. And we've had 12 overs completed in that over, in that period, I should say. 81 for 2. And the current rate going down to 6.75. But a very good start there by Baptiste, maiden over, in fact. And the first signs of spin today. Our Splegon, and Troy, you yourself are an umpire. So, in Test cricket, the water break comes after an hour's play. This one defended. In these games, hour and 10 minutes. Any particular reason for that?
Test matches, the sessions are 2 hours long. And with this, it's about 3.5 hours.
Okay, so it's based on the fact that this is a 50-over match, and you work the match according to the available times played into the offside, and 2 runs to Jamaica.
In Test, even for the matches, according to the temperature, how hot the day is, there may be an extra water break. Because obviously, though the players need to be refreshed, it is to have as much playing time as possible.
Bell. Some played into the onside. And of course, when you get into Asian countries where it is extremely hot, there's always a need for these water break. Any limits to water break?
It should be a maximum of 5 minutes. You are now being encouraged to keep it as short as possible. Even in football now, they're introducing water breaks.
In the air, caught off the bowling of Bell. It was a slow delivery, and he seemed to have been deceived with the pace of that one, and it was played into the offside, out towards wideish mid-off, and he's on his way. He's out caught, trying to get that fielder, but as we speak of water break, we'll keep an eye on that fielder who took that catch. As we speak of water break, it's a good time for us to take a water break also. Well, we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And catch, of course, being taken by Gittins. Bowler, of course, being Bell. So Bell has picked up his first wicket. We're in over number 13. 2 deliveries left in this over. Breeze have picked up a bit. And it's a bit overcast at the moment, but there's no signs of rain at the moment. And we hope that the weather stays fine. So Bell makes his way in. Starts well. To delivery outside the off stump. Batsman plays it well though. He does not go after it. The new batsman is Dua. David Dua.
He has so far accumulated 104 runs smitten. It is high score being 72. Another lefty.
Gets it nicely into the offside for a single. So Jamaica full of left-handers. So the top 3 being left-handers. And now we have another left-hander coming to the crease. So that's 4 left-handers so far. So we have just seen 1 right-hander in the top 5 so far for Jamaica.
Jamaica referred to as the land of wood and water. Maybe we might have to start thinking, at least up to this point, left-handers.
Well, no doubt with Chris Gayle being such a legend, a lot of these youngsters would like to emulate Chris Gayle, and probably earlier clock deciding to bat left.
Baptiste is best bowling 2 for 20.
One outside the off stump. Drifting into the batsman.
It would be interesting, Smitten, to find out from Baptiste how he developed that style and why.
We have seen over the years, though, a number of... even looking at the West Indies captain, Chase, that left hand swings a bit. It goes a bit further left when he's approaching. But we have seen some rather strange approach by bowlers over the years. Bumrah, of course, very unique, off a very short run, very stiff run-up. And there's no one else like Bumrah.
And on the flip side, you would have had a Michael Holding, whispering death as he would have been referred to. An 800-meter runner at school before enticed to come into cricket. And once he did, he never basically looked back.
Oh, here is Barnes again. Dua, in fact, this time calling for a non-existent single, steering it into the offside and setting off and calling his captain, but no response. So what Baptiste has been able to do so far is to keep the Jamaican batsman quiet. He's bowling a good line. He's sticking to his plans. He's not straying down the onside. And he has been able to bowl a couple of overs, a couple of maiden overs. And this, of course, has really caused the scoring rate to drop a bit.
Keeping things tight indeed. So the skipper would be very happy with him for that. He would have been much happier were he to pick up a wicket, but the next best thing is to keep the runs down. And most importantly, he hasn't bowled a wide.
Shaquan Bell, though. So on his outside the off stump, and a wide signal. So wides move on to 24 from 31 extras. Not good at all.
I just mentioned Smith before that ball, Shaquan Bell not having bowled a wide, which is a good thing. I'm not Shaquan Bell Saunders, and here comes Bell bowling wide.
This one stayed down to points, just slightly backward on the offside.
A little breeze applying a soothing effect.
And here is one played into the onside. Just a single. Captain Barnes looking to break free. Seems to be the type of batsman who like to feel ball onto bat and one who likes to hit boundaries.
He seems to always believe that there's a run in every ball.
Oh, he's playing that and missing outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper.
Just about every ball smitten after it's bowled, he's already about 2 yards down the track, looking for that single, if there's any.
I've been sensing a run out on the cards for some time now. It has not happened as yet. He's a good single.
Very good single. Barnes the physique of a spin bowler. .31 from just 29 balls.
Well, he has been kept quite a bit recently. Gets one outside the off stump.
And the introduction of Saunders has really pulled back things for the Jamaicans.
Great Noah's dropped below 6 runs per over, from 7 runs per over. And he's an attempted hoik into the onside. And must have taken the batsman on the body and running down behind him, tied it up by the keeper, no run. So another over comes to an end, but Barbados controlling things well at this point.
Indeed. Picking up 3 wickets, pulling back things the last 3 over the projected score at 1.390. That has dropped by 100 runs to 290. And as we've been saying, Smitten, it's just a projection. Sometimes it gets close, sometimes it's well below, well a little bit above, depending on the wickets falling and obviously the runs being achieved.
Yeah, not only that, it's very critical for teams to bat their full complement of overs, because falling 5, 6, 10 overs short, and it could cause your run rate to drop significantly. In the air, and eluding the fielder there at, that's Griffith, Omari Griffith, who came into the team today and running down towards third man for 2.
That I'm thinking Smitten should have been maybe running a little faster. They may have been able to consider a third. The fielder had to go chase the ball to the boundary, towards the boundary.
First runs, of course, from the batsman, off the bowling of Baptiste. Brian Barnes is now on 31 from 32, so his scoring rate has dropped a bit. Ooh, gets a good one. This one with the arm ball from Baptiste, and he had to come down on it hurriedly. He jagged back into the left-hander.
Trying to give himself some room as well was Barnes. Had to hustle the shot.
Tosses up in the air, and it goes a long way. It goes over the long off boundary and over the fielder down there, who looked at it rather expectantly and probably expecting it to go for 6 though. And 6 runs there to the captain of the Jamaica team, Barnes. Micah Gwynn is, of course, the fielder down there at wide is long off. Oh, this one keeping a trifle low. Angle back into the left-hander, so Barnes, if he's there, he's going to score quickly. Seems to be a ball beater.
Definitely.
But in the end, they're back. Good fielding there by Griffith. Kumari Griffith at backward point and preventing any runs. So 94 for 3, and we've had some 16 overs completed.
And Barbados choking the Jamaicans, tightening up on the supply of runs. Barnes 37 from 36 balls. So he has been kept a little quiet for the past few balls. Griffith, best bowling of 3 for 3. Being introduced.
He's an off spinner, of course, and he has opted to start around the wicket to the left-handed Dua, who is on 3. Tall, lanky lad. We have not seen Carter into the attackers yet. In the match against the Leeward Islands, he was brought into the attack quite early.
Lovell, he was brought in early as well. He's not in this game.
So this one angled into the batsman. It's obvious that he's going around the wicket looking to cramp the batsman for room. And misfielded there at wide-ish mid-off and allowing a single. Interesting color. The pads of the Jamaican. I don't know what color you would call that, Troy. Being so colorful today, you taking on the pad, it goes into the onside. I think it's almost from here, cream color looking, maybe peach color looking. I guess I will have to get closer to those pads. And he's swung well down towards backward square, and it's 4. So Barnes goes into the 40s, he's 41.
After being a runner ball 37, he's now gone to 41 from 38 balls. Earlier, he was much further ahead when it comes to runs and balls.
Good shot, though. Griffith is angling the ball into the left-handed batsman, and he with the angle, he just swept it away for 4. This time he gets one closer to the off stump and pushes back to the bowler. Against it in the end, ball going out square of the wicket on the onside. Could have a very good match on our hand there today, Troy.
Definitely.
Jamaica continues to bat well and post a good score. They could put some pressure on Barbados.
The 100 is now up. 100 for 3.
100 coming in 17 overs, of course. And not bad going at all by the Jamaicans. The projected score now being 294. Baptist will continue.
And the Barbados team.
Short and caught. Short punched straight to the man at cover point. Short cover point. And he accepted the catch quite gleefully. So another wicket goes down for Jamaica. And not at the point at which they would have been looking to lose another wicket.
Definitely not. They've been going ahead good, looking good, and the captain, no doubt, disappointed. He was looking good. He was eyeing his half century. He was really beating the ball around. A little bogged down in the last few overs.
This time the catch taken by Bell, Shaquin Bell. It was struck powerfully to him, and but it went straight to him, and he took it quite easily.
And it's going to be a disappointment to the Barbados team. He was really looking good.
For the Barbados team, I don't think they'll be disappointed.
The Jamaican team.
Of the Captain Barnes.
Of course, and he was looking good, was beating the ball, and giving the Bajans their 4th wicket with a score on 100. And of course, the Barbados team, I don't think they would have been too fearful of the high scores, projected score 292, especially now at this stage. They've scored at 295 before. They have scored heavily in their matches, so.
They've gotten these runs batting first, though. But I don't think Barbados, they're looking at such high scores. They're thinking in terms of getting Jamaica, the Jamaican batsmen, back in the pavilion as quickly as possible, taking on the pad and appeal. And I'm pretty certain they will be looking to restrict the Jamaican target to well below 200 runs. I'm pretty certain that would be their main objective. But the Barbados team, they certainly have fought back well. They lost the toss on a good batting track. And they have managed to weather the storm, mainly from the Captain Barnes single to Carter. We had to see Zachary Carter into the attack. Troy, we have been looking at some very big under 19 players. And I would not say 19-year-olds because some of these guys, they could be 17, 18 or thereabout.
Most correct. And Pollard of Barbados. Standing next to him, you realize he is tall, looking at him from the field, but when you get close, you realize this guy is really tall for an under 19 player.
Yeah, he's very tall. I have not seen the Windward Island players as yet, but the Leeward Islands so far from the teams you have seen. Well, no, I'll take that back. The USA, they certainly have the shortest players.
Most diminutive. Indeed.
Quite interestingly, to try back to the Leeward Islands, I think 5 of those players, well, the 5 selected from St. Kitts, they are on the under-17 team. I think 4 of those players are from right here in St. Paul's.
Yes, Mr. James Ward of St. Paul's, he has been doing an extremely good job developing players, both male and female, because Alia Weeks, who played for the West Indies under 19 in Malaysia earlier this year, she also is from St. Paul's.
She would be with the Leeward 19 team also down there in Trinidad. I think it's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. But we see the bowler switching to over the wicket. Kamori Griffith, he's bowling right-hand mouth spinner. Very tall lad too, well over 6 feet.
And that augurs well for West Indies cricket.
Well, I hope you're not speaking just of the height, because what West Indies cricket is looking for is quality players.
Remember a tall man like Roger Harper, one of the top spinners.
Oh, no ball. Called very early there by umpire Byam. Batsmen seem to have picked up that late, but certainly the call came quite early. And the free hit being signaled. Is that the first free hit we have in?
I am actually thinking so, Smitten.
Yeah. I think that's the first free hit we are getting today. So Morgan he's swinging and gets himself in knots and tangle, looking to pull it to the onside, and just flat batted it out to extra cover and didn't get a run.
Very disappointing, I believe, batsmen feel when they don't get anything at all, especially a 4 from a free hit.
But there's another side to it, though. The bowler, you have to give credit to the bowler also for bowling a very good delivery.
And Griffith Smith excited about something.
Would have passed close to the edge of the bat, the outside edge of the bat, true to the keeper Bowens. And we know sometimes bowlers become very ecstatic, elated when they beat the bat.
Indeed.
Oh, he's defended. So he's been bowling a good over here so far. In fact, the over comes to an end. And at the end of that over, it's 102 for 4.
Just the no ball coming from that over. 7 runs given away so far. 102 for 4. The Jamaicans, after winning the toss and deciding to bat, having won the toss in the last match and having batted first and won, they wanting to ride on their fortunes, their good fortunes. Not doing as well as they would have liked to, Jamaicans. This one is pitched wide, and here's the wall flashing at it, but going safely through to the keepers. Wide being signaled now by the umpire. Umpire Javid from Guyana, Passad. Pitched up on this occasion was Baptiste. Playing it into the covers was Dewey, who is on 4 from 16 balls. We're into the 20th over here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. It's been overcast all day so far. standing on the back foot, pushing it in square. Morgan, here's the non-striker. He's faced 10 balls so far and he's yet to get off the mark. A little wide again, banged through the extra cover region, getting a single. Diwa, who is yet to get off the mark, he's now on strike. Current run rate 5.33, the projected score 267, and that has been dropping after being at 1.390, which was very early in the match.
The projected weight could be anything in the region of 600 or even more. So it could be a bit deceptive at times. But Barbados has done well, though. They have picked up wickets and they've managed to peg things back.
Tapping that one down to backward of point, hustling through for a very quick single. The throw came in a little wayward over the keeper, who is a short man, being backed up there, and that's a single to Morgan, getting off the mark after facing 12 balls. The second right-hander of the 6 Jamaican batters we have seen so far. Saunders hopping and skipping and jumping, going through the umpires and the...
It could be very misleading at times when you see a projected score being very high. And wickets, of course, could make a significant difference as the game progresses. And what Barbados would not want, Jamaica, at this point, they would not want to have be dismissed before these 50 overs are completed. Only 20.2 overs so far, and they've lost 5 wickets.
And guess what, Smitten? Another lefty is in the wicket. Nikolai Mackenzie.
Well, it's not hard to guess these with Jamaica.
Coming forward, pushing it out to a shortish cover. They keep the bowler runs around and fields. A little more adrenaline flowing because of the wicket he just picked up. $105 for 5, the Jamaicans.
Trinidad and Tobago doing a lot better against the Leeward Islands over there in Nevis. They're 124 for 3.
At the end of this round-robin competition, the number 1 team will play the number 2 for the championship. 3 will play 4 for the bronze medal position. 5 will play 6, 7 will play 8. And here is he driving coming off the edge actually, going down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 is Mackenzie. Coming forward, and as some may say, taking an intelligent edge.
Well, the thing is, I've always said that one of the most productive shots in white ball cricket, more so in T20 cricket, of course, is the edge. And so often we have seen some very useful runs coming by the way of the edge. And these are useful runs for Jamaica, having lost some 5 wickets, and any run count. But That side of the field is a lot quicker though.
Yes, it
And
is.
the ball travels rather quickly on the eastern section of the field. And I do hope I have my coordinates right.
Yes, that's the eastern side. One of our colleagues, Smitten, will tell you that the edge is a part of the bat and it is meant to be used. We say good morning to Al Edwards.
Most definitely. Yeah, but more often than not, when it's used, you get out.
On which occasion it's used for the wrong purpose for the batting team.
That's right.
But the bowling team will capitalize on the edge.
That's right. Because, of course, good shot.
Driving is the way. Down to the long on boundary, picking up 4 runs, just standing tall and hitting that one with authority.
And, seriously, the edge, of course, so often you see captains trying to induce that edge outside the off stump, especially in the opening burst from the fast bowlers. So this is one time I don't think that some batsmen are too eager to use that edge. So it should not be as regular as suggested by your good friend.
But does one really have control of a ball coming off of the edge?
Well, sometimes you do. Especially if you slacken your wrist and yes, of course, if you do slacken your wrist, you use the angles and so on. You play with a softer hand. Sometimes when it peels off the edge, it does not carry to fielders. Sometimes you do not have a choice. You get a very good delivery. But the technique is what counts in the end.
I would think most Smitten that the ball plays the edge as opposed to the batsman playing the shot to deliberately get that one edge. You got to be a real good batsman in my view to get.
Well, more times than not, as you rightly said, but there are times when you can have some control over the edge. You get a good delivery, it's moving, and the possibilities are that it might take your edge. You play with soft hands, and you do control the shot a bit.
I like to hear the batter's perspective on that, really.
So are you suggesting that I was not a batter?
Not really, not at all, not by any means. Let me put it the way, the modern batters today. Because I'm thinking that a batter wouldn't have any control of a ball on the edge. Yes, I agree with the soft hands, but the ball coming from the edge, that's really ball playing bat, in my view.
Well, it's debate, but...
And what a shot, what a giveaway by Mackenzie. Easy batting practice, straight into the hands of cover. All he had to do was just stand and wait and take it. Not a difficult ball by any means, but choosing the cover to get out Mackenzie a run a ball 4.
Feel rather animated there. Having 6 wickets down. And catch there taken by Micah Greenwich. So Barbados, the thing about the Barbados team, though, they have been taking their catches.
Yes, and going from a strongish position of 81 for 2 in the 11th over, we're now in the 23rd over, and Jamaica winning the toss, deciding to bat, finding themselves 113 for 6.
I'm just thinking, Troy, we might mean for another early day.
It is starting to look so, but we've seen some strong rear guard action. Trinidad, when they played here against the USA, and also, that's the USA 2, and also the USA 1. The first match they won in the first round, there was some rear guard action as well.
Griffith, though, has picked up his second wicket. And Griffith, of course, is another name you associate with cricket in Barbados. Charlie Griffith, of course, Adrian Griffith, played for Barbados and the West Indies. That's another name which is synonymous to West Indies cricket. I don't know if he's related to any of these guys.
Padge Nelson, edging that one through the slips, going down to the third man boundary. They'll get 2, and that's all they'll have. Some names are really synonymous to some countries. Weeks, for example, the same Barbados, Everton Weeks. And it so happens my grandfather was a Weeks. And he's going aerially up, but it's not going anywhere. And he's out caught his Padge Nelson.
And it's Greenwich again, taking the catch. And earlier clock, he called for it. He told his teammates to stay clear. This is mine. And he settled down there quite nicely. But this is the third wicket going down now, which has been taken by Kamora Griffith. So he has been very effective so far in his spell. And Jamaica really at this point, 115 for 7.
10 overs ago, we would not have been expecting this, Swinton. We got the impression they were well in control of the game, especially when the skipper Barnes was there. Since he has gone, a slide has followed him, so to speak. And now 115 for 5 after 22.5 overs.
So
1 for 7. And not looking in a very strong position, the Jamaicans.
They really need a rear guard action here, as you were suggesting. Laws goes to the crease with a Laws, diminutive figure.
Griffin 3 for 13 from 3.5 overs. And it's another left-hander smitten. This Jamaican team's
I was just about to tell you that. I mean, the way he walked out holding his bat, he really shaped up like a left-hander. So this must be somewhat of a record. So how many we have had so far? We have had how many right-handers so far?
I think it's only three right-handers.
Three right-handers.
Number 4.
And so 6 left-handers so far.
Yes. And that's interesting. I don't recall ever seeing that in any type of cricket. As we look off to our left, we see the Vice President of the St. Kitts Cricket Association, Mr. Austin Williams. I cannot say a former cricketer because he still plays cricket. Recently elected as Vice President to the St. Kitts Cricket Association, having had the elections in Monday the 19th May.
Trust me, he's playing cricket at his three score and 10. Former schoolmate of mine.
He was a former secretary of the St. Kitts Cricket Association. I think he's the current president of the Masters Cricket Club. There's normally a Leeward Islands Masters tournament on the Whit weekend here in the Leewards. Baptiste and perhaps one put down there.
I think it bounced before he got to him. He had to dive away to his left Carter, that is. And he just knocked it down. Don't think that was much of a chance.
Baptiste, 1 for 15. After 6.1 overs, his first 2 overs being maiden overs. perhaps responsible for pulling back the Jamaicans, who seemed to be going full throttle at that point.
I think that wicket of the captain Barnes was a critical juncture of the game. He was going great guns and he was looking comfortable.
Baptiste was the one who had pegged him back, basically. He had gone from 30-something runs from 20 small balls up to a runner ball before he struck that 4, and he got a little loose again. Coming forward, dabbing that one into the onside, running a quick single. And inching the score up to 117 for 7. The Jamaicans, after winning the toss and batting on this very good batting track, the second strip being used, the second match being played on this strip. So I suspect Smitten, for the number 5 here, they'll use the strip to the west of that. This is more or less the center. The strip used for the first day was on the east. They're using this one now for the 3rd and 4th match.
Well, management of the strips is very critical to preserve them.
And going uppishly again and giving it away. Oh no, it is floored there at the backward point position. Having to run forward, diving, getting low, but not able to hold on.
Yes, Griffith there coming forward, and he should have taken that one. Might have misjudged it a bit, and went into the dive a bit too early.
Driving again down to extra cover is Vitel Laws, who has just come in. And it's the end of the over. 118 for 7, in some trouble here. The Jamaicans initially looking to get a big target, but being pegged back by these Barbadian bowlers, aided with the fact that there have been some very soft dismissals. But a wicket is a wicket, however it comes.
Well, it's all part of the game. In the meantime, though, the United States won, giving their other teammates, team to that is, and I say teammates because they're all part of the USA setup. They're 125 for 1, so they're giving them a bit of a sun there.
And in the last round of matches there, the USA won. They had an opening partnership of over a century. I think it was 111. And then there was another century partnership for the second wicket. And the USA won, getting the biggest total so far of this tournament, and even Steven 3. Well, I remember in the match there was some adjustments, and I think they ended on 300 in the end.
Yes, I think 300, 301 probably. But they started at 300, then it went to
299.
To 98 or thereabout. It could have been 299, but then it went back over 300.
$118 for 7 Jamaica, projected score of 244. And that is dependent on a few factors, of course. A quick single taken there.
No, they did not, They decided against it.
I looked away, Smith, and I thought it was okay.
Should have been a single.
I thought it was a single.
It was a single, but they didn't. The batsman at the far end, Laws, didn't respond. And Dua had to retreat to his ground.
We've been sensing a run out on the cards, Smith, but so far we've been disappointed.
Question is how Jamaica are going to manage their batting at this point, how they're going to get close to that 50 overs, how they're going to bat it out. 7 wickets down.
And we're not halfway as yet. We're just a few balls, a couple of balls from halfway. So a lot of batting, a lot of overs left in this first innings.
Oh.
And being bowled all over the place is Dewar. And the 8th wicket for the Jamaican goes down. Dewar bowled all over the place.
Yes, good bowling there by Griffith. It was angled back into the left-hander, and he was looking to force into the offside. Ill-advised shot with the Jamaican teams in such a terrible position at the moment. And I was just saying, you know, how are they going to manage the rest of the overs? How are they going to try and bat most of these overs? Lots of overs left still. We are not halfway there yet. We just have one delivery shy of the 25 overs, and a long way to go still.
And
But
he's definitely in his bowling from the far end. 4 for 13, just 13 runs from 4.5 overs. His skipper really couldn't ask for anything better from him, Smitten.
yes, and of course, he did not play in the last match. He came into the team today, and he has been the leading bowler. Of course, we would have seen some poor shots from the Jamaican batsman, but as they say, you could only play what's in front of you, and so Griffith has been capitalizing.
It's just a few minutes from midday. So the question is, could the Jamaicans, how much longer could the Jamaicans last? You were just speaking about how they'll approach the 25 overs left.
Well, keep your fingers crossed, Troy. It's quite possible you might be able to go home and get a half an hour nap before your gig later on.
Definitely. So in which case, the wearing of the pretty shirt for the gig, the Caribbean colors.
Not only that, I notice you have brought your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner with you.
Along with the guitar as well.
And
Playing in a string band, we have an event this evening. But I was thinking that the match will be going down to after 5. So I wouldn't have time to go home and freshen up and head to Bastia. But it looks like the Jamaicans are obliging me, affording me the opportunity to do that, and maybe even get a half an hour rest between, like you said.
well, you'll never know. There might be a big partnership between the remaining batsmen. Not much left in the hut, of course.
And if there was ever a time that their team needed it, it would be now. The penultimate pair at the wicket, Laws, who is facing 1 from 5, and James. He's faced just the one ball yet to get off the mark. Driving back, and his bowler caught, is he? Yes, he is. Baptist coming to the party again, picking up his 2nd wicket. Laws goes 1 from 5 balls. The Jamaicans are really, really giving it away now. 119 for 9.
But Barbados has been doing well. We've seen 1 or 2 catches going down, but the catching generally has been pretty good. They have taken most of what has gone to hand. And 9 wickets down. And it seems as though, Troy, we are going to get an early game here today. It would take a miracle by the last pair to really get them something within reason, or something that they could fight with. But having said that, though, the runs on the board, but one way or the other, it's a question of Barbados winning early or Jamaica winning early. They're going to have an early result.
Definitely. And looking at 1, the way we've seen Barbados play in the last match, and 2, the results from their last 3 games, the pundits may feel, Smitten, that the odds are with the Barbados team to win this match as opposed to the Jamaicans, but runs on the board are runs on the board.
I notice it's quite convenient, when you use the word pundit, you're not a pundit.
I'm speaking on the broader field of pundits.
Well, I think it's taken out of the pundits and here, I think it's a question. I very much think we are in for early finish.
Very early at that, perhaps earlier than the previous game we had. This one given more here by Baptiste. Perhaps trying to induce a drive, which Redwood didn't accommodate him with, to marry Redwood. That's the 4th right-hander in the team, I think, give or take, maybe. Baptiste, 2 for 17. We haven't seen a wide from a little while, Smitten.
That's a bit harsh. That it would have been nice to get a replay on that, but that seemed to have passed within the tram line to me.
And Redwood just coming forward, knocking it in front of him. Baptiste seems to have gotten a little more energy running back to his mark after fielding.
And that's good. What you're sensing is that, he's going for the kill. You cannot just relax and allow the last two to get something of a partnership going.
Pitching that one a little wider. The batter, Redwood, going across and covering it. Goes through to the keeper, 119 for 9 after 26 overs.
So 119 for 9, lots of overs left. So I will be over in 1 second in this over. But you never know. Could have a little partnership building here, who knows? These two would be looking to stick around and put a few more runs on the board for the Jamaican team. 119.
The Jamaicans should be in survival mode now, trying to survive the remaining 23.5 overs left for them to bat.
So Griffith and the 2 batsmen out there, they appear to be in a very defensive frame of mind. And perhaps the idea is to try and bat as many overs as possible and look for whatever runs they can pick up. Offensive again.
And the runs will come by the bat, via extras. They will get a few here and there. I don't think it'll matter much, but the longer they keep the Barbados team out in the sun.
What the Barbados team would be looking to do, though, is to give the ball a bit more air and try to buy a wicket. They hang the ball in the air a bit and try and catch the batsman in 2 minds. Try to tempt them. Oh, this one jumps outside the off stump. And through it goes to the wicketkeeper Boynes, who takes well.
And it is interesting, Smith, what goes to the bowler's mind at times. Do I try to bowl tight, or do I bowl loose to induce catches?
Well, you try to bowl tight. Well, you're not going to be bowling deliveries to give away runs. But at the same time, you bowl with some control, but you try and loop it up a bit and try and challenge the batsman. Tailenders, as you used to say, tailenders can't look up. Not that it's the norm now, because most tailenders in today's cricket, they do learn to bat. But Baptiste will continue. He's having a good spell here. And he would be looking to pick up this last wicket as quickly as possible. One wonders why is the last wicket trying to defend when previously Jamaica realized they were in a sticky position and you were having batsmen playing shot still. Wide signal, but I'm not too sure if that could be called a wide. The batsman certainly moved a long way across.
This, and it goes back to what we said earlier, Smitten. Some balls which you expect to be called wide, they're not. And the opposite of that as well.
He's edging and getting runs here down towards third man. Just a single. But you could sense though, looking at these two batsmen, Redford and Sean James, these two batsmen, they're looking to defend. James is facing now. Redford has gotten off the mark with that single. And this is what is going to happen. We see now the long on in Greenwich is being brought into the circle. And it's just one fielder outside the circle at the moment. And that's mid-wicket. And who knows, perhaps Barbados might be thinking in terms of using silly point and forward short leg at this point to pry out this last wicket, because the batsmen seem to be bent on defending at this point.
And we haven't seen any fielders that close in any of the games so far.
A slip in place. And if I was the Barbados captain at this point, I would be thinking forward short leg and silly point. I would be calling for the helmet.
Exactly.
Along with the slip.
That puts added pressure on the striker, especially when he taps. He's seeing that fielder just in front of him.
Yes, most certainly. And the pressure is on him to keep it down. And perhaps, who knows, they might be thinking in terms of bringing back one of the fast bowlers also. Looking to mop up this tail as quickly as possible, turned into the onside, up to short mid-wicket. It's fielded and no run.
Really, Smitten, these number 10 and 11 batters, they're looking very comfortable at this from the spin. They don't seem troubled whatsoever.
No, they don't. And I think, though, what happened to some of the previous batsmen is that they would have lost their patience. They would have been tied down a bit, and they went for ill-advised shots and got themselves out.
And we saw that coming in from the skipper Barnes after being very aggressive. It was Baptiste who had 2 maiden overs back-to-back, basically stifling the ones out there, and we saw him getting a little excited and antsy, as we'll say, trying to beat himself out of the frustration, and in the end giving a very simple catch.
So Griffith will continue. Overs. Excellent spell indeed. Looking for a 5-4.
And it goes back to what we were saying, Smitten. When the fielders come out, they have a script, a plan. This is what we're going to do. You're two going to bowl the first 10 overs, and then you're going to be the first change, second change, and etc., etc.
Defended once more. Track, though, has played quite well. It's a good batting track. And 121 for 9, a far cry from what Jamaica would have hoped, having won the toss and batted first. Quicker delivery.
Far cry as well from the quality of the track too.
Track has played well. We have seen 1 or 2 gripping. We've seen 1 or 2 keeping low. But other than that, it has been good for batting. Oh, here we go again. Defended. And I think it's just a matter of time before we see a fast bowler being introduced into the attack. And of course, if I was the Barbados captain, I would have been going for silly point, forward short leg, see fielders getting in a bit closer now into a very short extra cover, very short mid-wicket. Tossed up, and from the inner portion of the bat going square of the wicket on the onside for a single.
It's necessary when you have these 10 and 11s in, you apply a bit of pressure. Force them to go for shots, to score runs.
Swan turns back into James, and he defends well. And another over comes to an end. So what Jamaica is doing here, they're using up overs, but the runs are not really coming. But who knows, if they stay there for a while, they just might be able to eke out something respectable.
Just the one coming from that overrun nonetheless. And looks like Barbados, they're just happy enough to let them get impatient and get out, as opposed to working to get them out.
Well,
you see a change being made, Smitten.
Yes, Zachary Carter has been brought into the attack from the pavilion end, and he would be bowling left arm. Something different for these batsmen. We have been seeing a lot of left-handed batsmen earlier today. Now we are seeing a left-handed bowler for a change, Zachary Carter, and
the skipper heard you, but perhaps he only heard half of the suggestion. He heard the introduce another bowler now, but he didn't hear the introduce the pace. But it's an introduction of a new bowler nonetheless.
I think Barbados is missing a trick here. I would bring back one of the fast bowlers. Silly point and forward short leg would be in place. Oh, he's an attempted hoik, and he's mistumped. Losing his patience, and the keeper Boynes not gathering cleanly, and the batsman Redwood was able to regain his ground. So losing patience, you just have to toss it up.
Which is a good sign for the Barbados team, because they're going to know sense that, hey, we're going to get this wicket very shortly.
I think that went against the run of play. And this one is turned around out towards square leg for a single. In fact, they're going back for the second one. The return is to the keeper's end. Stump's broken, and he's out. Good work there by Barbados. So it's all over by the shouting. The last man, Redwood, being run out, and he was run out for 3. Just one when we call it there, it would be 124 all out from some 29.3 overs. Jamaica, which means that Barbados would have just about 124 runs or thereabout to win this match and remain undefeated in this year's tournament. So it has been a good showing by the Barbados team, and they have done well. They have bowled out Jamaica after Jamaica opted to take first knock. And just to go through the scorecard quickly for our new listeners, Kevondre Vorgo, he was leg before to Gittins for 4. Tyreek Bryan, he was caught Boynes, the wicketkeeper, bowled Gittins for 11. Brian Barnes, the top scorer, the captain, was caught Bell, bowled Baptiste 42. DeMarcus Scott, he was caught Gittins and bowled Bell for 8. David Dubois, he was bowled by Griffith for 11. Ivan Morgan, Scott Bell bowled Griffith, for 1. Nicole Lee Mackenzie, he was caught Greenwich and bowled Griffith for 4. Pejin Nelson, he was caught Greenwich Bowl Griffith for 2. Vital Laws, he was caught on Bowl Baptiste for 1. And Deshaun James, he was not out, 0. Last man to go. Tamari Redwood, he was run out for 2. And we had some 37 extras out of 123. And out of those 37 extras, there were 28 wides, rather extravagant indeed in terms of wides. And just to give you a look at the bowling figures, Gittins, 4 overs, 20 runs. He had a maiden between that, he picked up 2 wickets. Roach, 4 overs, 29 runs, no wickets. Shakan Bell, 4 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Cavian Newton, he had 1 over for 14 runs. Zandra Baptiste, he had 9 overs, 3 maidens, 20 runs, he picked up 2 wickets. And the pick of the bowlers, Kamari Griffith, he had 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 4 wickets. And Zachary Carter, he had just the 2 deliveries, and the wicket closed there about. So that's the position here, 124 all out. Jamaica after winning the toss and batting. We'll take a short break. We'll be back as soon as there's some cricket, and that's the position here. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the St. Paul's Sports Complex, where Cricket West Indies' Rising Stars men's under 19 competition continues. As we're just seeing the beginning of the Barbados innings, having dismissed Jamaica, who won the toss and batted first, they made 124. So Barbados needing to get 125 for victory in all of 50 overs, which on paper should be easy pickings. However, we are very much aware of runs on the board being runs on the board. And sometimes it is too much, sometimes it's not enough. The general feeling is we are going to have a shot the one way or the other, as Greenwich, who is fresh from 85 from his last match here, he has faced 2 balls from James, who's bowling from the Caribbean Sea end, or the southern end. 2 slips, man on the third man, backward point cover, mid off, mid on. First run coming from Barbados, flicking that one into the onside. A leg by, attempting to flick, coming off of the pads. And the Barbados team, they are off to a start. Smitten.
Yes, Barbados off to a start. 125 the required target at under 3 runs per over. And Jamaica doing the correct thing. They're starting with 2 slips. Their only chance is to take wickets. If Barbados bat 50 overs, they're going to make these runs. So Jamaica only chance is to pick up some early wickets.
They're now getting a second run, compliments a no ball, as umpire Byam from St. Vincent and the Grenadines signaling to the scores here in the pavilion and also the scoreboard. And the scoreboard, they have been doing a wonderful job there. We have to give them high commendations.
Scoreboard has been very accurate throughout this tournament. And they do deserve whatever commendation, but a free hit here.
Capitalizing on it is Carter, flicking that one down to the long leg boundary, picking up a boundary.
It's a good shot. It was just short of a good length, and he more or less got inside his wicket and turned it nicely down to long leg for 4. Well-timed shot also. And of course, long leg or fine leg inside the 30-yard circle. Third man is the third man and mid-wicket. They are the fielders outside the circle, back on the boundary.
The bowler is asking for a change, bringing up the third man. And pushing the man from the long leg back on the boundary. And here is Cathy lifting that one. Easily done, picking up a 6 effortlessly. Back with a square.
Wonderful shot indeed. He played that with some panache. There was really some flourish and flair about that shot. and backward of square for 6. But I think the ball has it wrong though. He has a predominantly offside field, and then he opted to, they're just some 3 fielders on the on, and he opted to bring his third man inside the circle and send back the man at fine leg. But I would have thought that the idea was to bowl on about half stump and have the third man in place as opposed to having the fine leg. But I think he has gotten it all wrong. For an hour's sleep, Troy, you'll be having a full hour's nap. Because he really started briskly, 12 in the first over, and that is a good going.
Mathematically, it will only take, were they to continue with that, it will only take about 11 overs for the match to be completed. But that is just mathematically, as we're saying. Practicality and mathematically, they are 2 different things. But 12 runs in the first over, that's not a bad start by any means. A 6, a 4, and a pair of runs. A couple of runs. Carter, a tall man. He has some mass about him. And it's Micah Greenwich. He's going to be facing Virgo. Going back, getting a single is a misfield, and it's a second run, which Jamaica can very much ill afford to do. 124, any. And here is Greenwich is pulling down to the fine leg boundary. Short, rising, getting up, and they're doing a good job. Vogel not getting it right so far. Greenwich full of confidence, having an 85 in his previous match. Getting 20 in his first game, 22 in his second, 18 in the first game, 22 in the second game, coming back in the third match and picking up an 85. And he's not going to have that fortune today, as that one takes the edge and the keeper moving low to his left, picks it up. So the Jamaicans, they have started their fight back, so to speak, picking up their first wicket with 18 runs on the board.
Yes, a good big day for Jamaica. I would give them some heart, of course. And if they are going to be competitive in this game, they have to pick up wickets and pick them up regularly. And Barbados off to a flying start. We are in over number 2. And certainly one way or the other, this match is going to be over quite quickly.
It looks like it's going to be an early day. One way or the other, like you rightfully said, Smitten. And Barbados finding themselves a wicket down after just 1.3 overs. So the Jamaicans, they will be very much encouraged by that. They will have to take 9 more wickets to win this game. How possible is that before the Barbadians get to 125? Only 107 more runs needed in all of 48.3 overs. So it's Virgo who's going to be bowling from the media center end, pavilion end, the northern end. He's bowling to the right-handed Joshua Dawn, the captain, who is immediately off the mark. And a bit of confusion there. The captain halfway down the track. Carter not interested, Smitten. So is there a run out on the cards?
Well, they're doing the correct thing now. He's calling down his captain and having some words with him. But Virgo, though, bowls off a very short run, and he seems to put a lot of shoulder into his deliveries. Very short approach. He's a big man. But he certainly has done the job so far for his team. He has picked up a wicket. And let's see. Fine leg is back on the boundary. Backward squeeze on the boundary also.
Question being asked of the umpire.
Very hopeful question being asked. That one struck him high. And trust me, Carter is not exaggerating. That's exactly where it struck him. And it was very high. And he's a tall man. No chance of the umpire giving that one out. Well, let me take that back. Because you have to expect the unexpected these days, but I don't think the umpire would have really given that one out.
Virgo bringing Carter forward, playing it square.
He's off a short run, but he's not the slowest of bowlers and seems to be putting a lot of shoulder into his action.
He reminds me somewhat of the late Carl Allen. A little taller, and he basically walked up to the wicket, and that ball came at you at a pretty quick pace.
Carl Allen was a strong man, of course. Very good cricket commentator also. I would have done some work with him.
I don't know if you would have played against him, Smitten.
Well, he didn't really play too much cricket, you know. He I would have played against him a bit, but he didn't really. He used to be around cricket. He loved the game.
Outside the off stump. Doe is going a little fishing. Not taken cleanly by the keeper, but no harm done.
James is really running in though, looking to generate some pace. And it's obvious that the Jamaican team, they are going to go down fighting. They're looking to take wickets here.
2 slips still in place.
Captain Barnes, of course, a very big man. He's at 4 slip.
Going fishing again outside the off stump. Is done, and that will be some encouragement to the Jamaican fielders.
They seem to have it right this time, though, Troy. The third man is back for the right-hander, and there's a cover sweeping. So there's just 3 fieldsmen on the onside, so obviously they're looking to attack just on about outside off stump. So the fielders are in place.
Again, that one keeping a little low, but outside the off stump. The keeper pads it. A little refreshing breeze comes along. Hasn't been too hot today, compared to particularly the first day. And the thick clouds above there breaking apart somewhat. We could now see the sky. Quite a bit of clouds left. As the Jamaicans toil again. And that one squaring up. Carter is now coming down. The doubt says, hey, Skip, let's stay here. Let's see through to the end. We only have 106 more runs to get. Let's dig in, Skip. Captain has been in some form for this season. And driving squarish outside the off stump, they'll get 2. And the plan is perhaps to throw to the end that Carter is running, the bigger, bulkier of the 2, and perhaps they'll feel he's the slower one smitten.
Well, perhaps he is. He's carries a big frame around and gives the ball a good whack. But having said that, that ball was coming a long way down from the third man boundary to the non-striker's end, so it gave Carter a good chance of getting back.
Shot and pulled forward of square, getting into the boundary. 4 lovely runs by Don.
Wonderful shot indeed. A shot played with some class, just swiveling inside his wicket and pulling it through mid-wicket. Timed it well. It sounded good coming from the bat. And it ran away for 4. The fieldsman at backward screen never had a chance. And this is the shot of a class batsman, a batsman who's in some form.
Yes, definitely. 25 for 1. The score has sped along after 3 overs. And these two, no doubt they will be thinking they're going to see their team home. The Jamaicans, they'll have other ideas. Virgo is going to be running away from us. 1 slip. Gully backward point. Cover, extra cover. And here's a carry, just flicking it off of the leg. That one is just outside the leg stump. Picking up a lovely 4. Making easy work of that too.
Yes, and the bowler not bowling to his field. And the hips of Carter, and we have seen Carter playing some magnificent shots off the hips so far. In fact, I think he struck 1-6 off the hip region down to backward square. And with this predominantly offside field, not good bowling at all by the bowler Virgo. So he needs to line it up a lot better.
He's bowling right arm over to the left-hander. Carter drives, not being able to penetrate the fielder at cover.
And there you have it. It was a ball and about the off stump. It was driven powerfully, not timed as he would have liked, but fielders are in place, and it went straight to a fieldsman, and he was unable to score a run.
Virgo, he'll be advised to bowl that line and length, and just about doing this one. Carter coming across half-heartedly, playing and missing, going through to the keeper.
I think he was a bit fooled by the height of that one. It kept a trifle low, and it was a trifle slower from the bowler Virgo.
You're sounding like a Calypsonian, Smith, in the height of keeping low. And here is he driving out to cover again, 1 bounce. And that's the line and length that Virgo should be bowling. How long he'll be able to maintain it, that's a different kettle of fish.
He has the field in place for that sort of bowling.
Driving again is Carter, getting it between 2 fielders, racing away to the boundary. That one allowing Carter to really use a little bit more reach.
I think the good thing about the shot, though, is that he opened the face of the bat and got it in the gap. And once he had gotten it between 2 fielders, the fielder they at cover and point, and the ball really raced away. And finding, in fact, he would have gotten it between what looks like a short third man and point, and down to the boundary for 4.
That one gaining a bit of height on Carter, trying to punch it outside the off stump. But that's the line and length, notwithstanding the 4. And he needs to keep it there as opposed to on the leg stump, which he has bowled a few times.
Yes, it's quite obvious that the idea is to keep it on about half stump.
$33 for 1 after 4 overs, chasing 125 for victory, the Barbados team. That will be their 4th consecutive victory. Were they to get there? James outside the off stump. And Captain Don, he hasn't looked so comfortable, so convincing so far. A question being asked, more in optimism than anything else.
James has been getting some away movement though from the right-hander, which is good. It would be interesting to see if he could get a couple to nip back. But he's bowling with some good pace.
And not one of the tallest pacers we've seen during this match, Smitten. That one moving away, gaining some height as well.
Might not be one of the tallest. We see some adjustment being made to the field here. The captain is taking himself from out of first slip, and he's going into a mid-off position, I guess, where he could be a lot closer to his bowler. And you see he has placed in a first slip Virgo, the other opening bowler.
Very good piece of captaincy there, Smitten. Getting a little closer to the bowler to give whatever advice. Driving through an extra cover region, beating the fielder, and the skipper himself moving from a mid-off position to cover, preventing a single.
Captain is really a big lad. I passed close to him during the luncheon session, and he's really a big fellow.
He made you look small.
He made me look small.
And you're not quite as small as I am. Yeah. So I could imagine how he'll make me look.
Kind of misleading statement there, Troy. He might be taller than you.
The keeper running backwards square. Perhaps that one hitting him maybe just above the height of the
struck
pad.
on the instep or somewhere in that region. The ball died on him and struck him on the instep. He seemed to be limping it off.
But no harm done. 33 for 1 after 4.4 overs. A current run rate of 7.07. Required run rate of just 2.03 runs per over. Which really, in the thick of things, that's not of any moment. 92 runs needed in 272 balls. Coming forward, playing that one to the backward point region for a single is skipper Don. He's 8 from 12. So Gary Carter hitting the ball and hitting it well and hard. 18 from 12. Skipper 12.
Those matches are not completed as yet. We have had lunch here.
And already 5 overs into the second inning.
United States won against United States 2. They're in over number 41, 209 for 4, United States 1. More than that, as the bowler aborts his run.
Field change. Third man being asked to go a little wider. 2 slips. Backward point outside the off stump. Keeping a bit low. Going through to the keeper at the end of the 5th over.
Leeward's try against Trinidad and Tobago over there at the E.T. Willett Park in Nevis. Trinidad and Tobago 226 for 9, and they're into over number 49, 48.4 overs. And the Guyana against the Windwards at Cairn. The Windwards 237 for 7, and they're in over number 46.5 to head home here. And one half of those, the first half of those matches not completed as yet.
Indeed, Smitten. The Windward Islands undefeated. And there's an appeal. That one going down leg, but coming off the bat perhaps onto the pad.
Not only that, what you said the first time up was correct. That was missing leg by maybe 2 miles. But Jamaica would shout for anything. They're looking to get wickets.
Any and everything. 3 teams winning. And that one is beautifully played through the extra cover by skipper Don. Picking up 4 runs.
Elegant shot. Elegant. Just coming forward and easing it into the gap. Timing it sweetly. And the ball raced away for 4. The batsman did not bother to move. It was so well placed and so well timed. And he knew from the moment it left the bat it was going to be 4. And Barbados doing this quickly. They're now 38 for 1. And we're just in over number 6. So who knows? You still might get that hour's sleep.
Most correct. Virgo, the only success for the Jamaicans. And there's a loud appeal, a very confident appeal. And the umpire, he remains unmoved. Signal 3 balls bowled, 3 balls left. Pick one.
Looks like a good shout to me. And was the review system in place? The Jamaican team, they certainly would have gone up for the review. A good shout there. Might have been clipping leg.
Well, they had to settle for an MR from the umpire, the mental review.
And he's bowled.
Here he's going woofing, trying to go back over the bowler's head, being bowled out of the place is Captain Don. And the Jamaicans, they are ecstatic. They need to take wickets to win this game, and wickets they are taking so far.
Well, good blow struck there by Virgo. On target, and I think it was a post shot now. The captain looking to drive with his head in the air, played all over it. And the stumps were castled. So, good wicket to pick up. Therefore, the Jamaican team, and they're fighting back. 19 runs conceded by Virgo, and he's picked up 2 wickets, and he's in his 3rd over.
Of course, that brings a little more excitement to the Jamaicans, winning the toss and the batting. No doubt very disappointed that they were only able to get to 124 all out. And trying to defend that at this stage, doing a fairly decent job wicket-wise. They've picked up 2. However, the runs are a little leaky. They've given up 38. And Virgo continued to work from the media center end. And he'll be going to the right-hander, Joshua Branch. Just 87 runs needed. And the Jamaicans, they are up and they are chirping, according to my colleague Smitten, clapping, oohs and ahs, as Branch plays that one back down the track for the bowler to field to his own bowling. And playing that one square, not being able to beat the backward point again, the clapping It's the end of the 6th over, and 38 for 2 are the Jamaicans.
Yes, 38 for 2, the Jamaicans, and they're fighting back here. And the spirits are up. They are chirping. They have picked up 2 wickets. They look very energetic out there in the field. And they are not going to just lie down, roll over and die here. The Jamaicans, still the 2 slips in place, looking for wickets. And they have picked up 2 so far. And Virgo, the man who has done the job for his captain so far. But
An opening bowler, pace bowler.
well, I think Virgo came in fairly early in the Jamaican scorecard, you know. I think he would have batted fairly early, but here we have a bowling change from the far end. In fact, it's James still who is continuing from the far end. And he starts this over well.
He has had a 5 for 21, his best bowling so far.
He looks good so far.
Generating a bit of pace, especially for his height. Or should I say for how short he is.
Well, one of the quickest men out of Jamaica was Newton Dow, and he was a very short man.
I'm remembering Hungry Walsh out of Antigua.
Antigua, very quick. In fact, just confirming, Virgo, in fact, opened the batting for Jamaica. So he has opened the batting and he has opened the bowling. So no surprise you would find him in a position like a second slip or first slip for that matter. He's at short fine leg at the moment, just inside the 30-yard circle.
But in terms of the straining and the bending and the getting up and energy consumption.
Well, we have seen in modern day cricket, we have seen a number of fast bowlers fielding in the gully. Well, Joel Garner, of course, he was very efficient, and in fact, more than efficient fielding at gully. You see Jason Holder himself, he fields a lot at first slip. And Saudi, for example, when he played for New Zealand, a fast opening bowler, he spent a lot of time fielding in the slips. So it's commonplace for you to have fast bowlers nowadays. Fast bowlers are very athletic and very efficient in the field now. He's slashing this one into the offside, should get 4. Into the extra cover region, 4 runs to Carter. Playing that one on top of the bounce and into the extra cover bounce for 4.
And just walking down the track to be given a high five by his teammate to say, hey, nice shot, mate, keep it going.
Carter has had some runs in this tournament so far. In fact, he would have scored 2 half centuries in the tournament. So, Barbados, strong batting team, they have done well. And it's now 42 for 2. Cried rate 1.9 to below 2 runs for over. Oh my goodness, he's following a wide one. Signal wide 2 by the umpire, Byam. A front Byam out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Have you ever traveled to any of the Windward Islands, Troy? I know you do a lot of traveling.
Yes, I've been fortunate to visit all 4.
Yeah, lucky fellow. Never been to any of the Windward Islands.
You're missing half your life, Smitten. Beautiful islands.
No, I'm almost 100 now, so. Can safely tell you that I've been to all the Leeward Islands. But I've never been to a Windward Island.
I've been to Grenada for some referee training, referees' duties in football.
Outside the off stump, wide of the off stump. Of course, we do have Barbados and Jamaica locked in battle here, and I could tell you with certainty that I've been to both of these islands. "43 for 2, we are in over number 7. They're going at over 6 runs for over. And of course, the asking rate is immaterial at this point. Jamaica perhaps searching for psychological advantage here. Easy single.
And the shout for the trustman was bowler, because that's the end that Carter was running to, albeit it would have been the longer throw.
Yes, but they had that single well covered. And Virgo, the man who was taking the wicket so far is back. Where there has been excellent try. In fact, saw some clouds ahead. It's clearing up nicely now, but I don't think the weather was ever in doubt. We always anticipate. So, not even the weather is going to come to the rescue of one of these teams today. This match is going to end very shortly. The moment Barbados in the better position of the two teams.
So the 13th player has been dropped, Rain.
Flashing at one outside the off stump. I mean, we have noticed that the ball has a tendency to keep a trifle outside that off stump.
Virgo has had 8 wickets so far, spinning his best 4 for 37.
So he's not slouch with the ball.
Picking up 2 wickets here so far.
So Jamaica, a slip, a short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, all within the 30-yard circle. Then on the onside now, there's a short, fine leg. There's also Cody Yorker length delivery dug out there by Carter.
A lot of real estate, free real estate as it were, on the onside. However, with Virgo bowling to an offside field and just about that off stump, it'll be a little folly to try and get it there.
Opens the face of the bat, gets it down to a backward point. Can't beat the field.
Jamaicans, they'll need to keep their spirits high at all times. It's not going to be very easy for them to defend 81 runs from 203.
Quite over so far. Balls. Quite over so far, and we see adjustment to the field, and see an extra man being placed there at point, taken from the onside. So the over comes to an end, at the end of which it's 44 for 2. A maiden over, in fact.
And the Virgo will have to be very disciplined, keeping that ball just about off stump, with only 2 fielders on the onside.
See James there getting a change of boots and some refreshment. Bootsy probably was bowling and might uncomfortable, so he has had a change of boots. And this is after he would have bowled some. In fact, he's about to start his over, so obviously those previous boots a bit uncomfortable. He's not a tall man. Slightly bow-legged.
the fast of the two opening bowlers so far. He has gotten 24 wickets so far, 5 for 21, his best. So a key bowler for the Jamaicans.
So Branch yet to get off the mark, faces edges and is out caught.
And he won't get off the mark, Smitten. We were just speaking about James being one of the key bowlers, the strike bowlers for Jamaica. And that might be goat mouth again coming from Miss Smitten. Picking up a wicket the next ball.
Yes, he has been getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. This one touched down on about just outside half. And the batsman, Branch, seemed to have followed it. He took the outer portion of the bat and went to the keeper, took a good catch low down. And Jamaica in it. It's now 44 for 3. We're in over number 9 as Newton goes to the crease. So Barbados, who has been accustomed to making huge scores, they got past the leeward score the other day, 40 plus. And Jamaica sensing something here, sensing that they're still in the game. But that was good bowling, and the change of boots seemed to have done the trick for James.
Psychologically or otherwise, it brought him success. And 2-3 quick wickets could put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Seemed as though James realized that he had not picked up any wickets, so he probably sent for his wicket boots.
Perhaps
immediately had success.
Perhaps too. And some players may use a lucky charm, a lucky pair of socks. But 44 for 3. The odds still in favor of the Bajans. But the Jamaicans trying to claw themselves back into this game. And they're not harming their chances at all.
James, though, on target. This is, of course, his 5th over. Having picked up a wicket with the first delivery of this, his 5th over. And the chirping continues out there, unabated. They're sensing something. They've picked up wickets, 44 for 3. And they're sensing something, perhaps telling themselves, if we make 124, we could bowl them out below that. Oh, that's a good one. But the batsman is getting away from that one quite easily. So some aggression attempted there by James. As the umpire signals 1 for the over. Of course, bowlers are allowed 2 bounces over the shoulder per over.
Encouragement coming from the Jamaican team. And most times you find when teams are on top, you hear the vociferous support. And when they're against it, when you really need it most, it's very quiet.
So I tell him Jamaica is on top at this point. Defended there by Newton.
Well, I should change that. When things seem to be going their way, as they've picked up 3 wickets.
Well, they are definitely going their way. They have picked up 3 wickets and still a small target to defend. Another 81 runs needed, but still a fair amount of runs.
Plus, they are keeping the big man, the hard-hitting Carter, quiet. 23 from 25 balls.
Carter asking for a change of glove.
Would that be his lucky gloves?
Well, probably not. He has been there for some time now. And he's been getting runs. James is really putting in an effort, though. He is running in. He's accurate. He's on target. He has picked up the wicket. And he's had a lively spell so far.
And according to old people, he's bending his back. And getting a fifer in the previous game, it shows that he's a very potent bowler.
Oh, he's playing at a good delivery. That's a wonderful delivery. Starting just on about the off stump or just outside the off stump and moving away from the right-handed Newton. Had some bounce on it, some lift on it also. And batsman lucky not to have gotten an edge. So Barbados really being put under pressure here by Jamaica.
And really, really tight bowling, especially from a short man like James. Vogo will continue from the media center end, picking up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far. And another 2-3 wickets could turn this game perhaps on its head.
Yes, I could send some panic waves to the Barbados camp. They have not struggled like this in the tournament so far. They have managed to put good scores on the board. They have managed to get good starts. But here is a different situation for them now. And Jamaica really putting the squeeze on at the moment for the Barbados team.
They've been very fluent in their batting, getting close to 300 on 2 occasions.
Problem though for Jamaica, the 124 was very low, so each run scored by Barbados would put some pressure onto the Jamaican team. Carter's gone on to 25, just picking up 2 runs here. Edged, going down towards third man. 4.
And a brilliant attempt by the fielder in the gully region, but that one was a little out of his reach.
A little, you said, huh? Was a good way out of his reach. I don't think he had a chance there.
No, he didn't. Covering some ground, diving full stretch to his left. And he's still in that position, perhaps thinking, well, I about 6 inches taller. He might have been different.
I think it was away from him also, to his left. So it would have been very difficult for him to rope in a catch from that position.
But the Jamaican team will be encouraged nonetheless.
Drive it and a miss, loud appeal. Carter is unmoved, the umpire is unmoved. And didn't see much happening there, didn't see much of a deviation. The natural angle of the bowler seemed to have taken it away from Zachary Carter. Umpire Passad didn't think that he had gotten an edge either. And perhaps a bit of gamesmanship from the Jamaican fielders.
They had to have heard something, Smitten. The ball was outside the off stump, so it could not have been bat brushing pad.
Could have been bat brushing ground.
Exactly.
Defended well there by Carter.
Because that appeal, the batsman will be out.
I know. That's so. they have been, they have been very vociferous with the appeals throughout. Nicely driven, but to extra cover. And James, who has been bowling his heart out, is down on all knees, fielding.
And the thing about it, Smitten, is it is felt that once a team goes up for everything, when the real thing comes and he goes up, they go up.
Good work there by James at his extra cover position. Yes, crying wolf, of course.
Exactly.
Overcomes Sonnen. But I think the Jamaican players, though, they have been guilty. And as expected, they're trying to win this game. They made a low score. So they're looking to get everything. In the meantime, though, the 50 would have come up for Barbados.
And the end of the power play as well. So they are now allowed to have a maximum of 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Bowling change from the far end though. And it's Yvonne Morgan who comes into the attack. But I suspect though that the Jamaican team would not be too keen on having those men outside the 30-yard circle. Wickets are of high importance. They now have 3 outside. There's a third man and a fine leg outside the circle and a square leg man just forward of square back on the boundary. Those are the fielders outside the circle.
Well, I was just going to ask you if you think they're going to push out any.
Just the one additional fielder going outside the circle. As Rivan Morgan delivered its first delivery, right arm slow medium.
He has had 1 for 12 before.
So the question is, who are the wicket takers for Jamaica? Which bowlers are most likely to get them wickets? 1 for 12 for 4 doesn't suggest that to me. Slashed to backward point. And well fielded there by Redwood, Tamari Redwood. The skippers be bold enough to bring a spinner into the attack. Of course, Jamaica needs a wicket, and they need them as quickly as possible.
They do need them before Barbados scores a further 75 runs, which will see them to victory.
Things have slowed down a bit, though. The current rate is 4.84. Outside off and through to the keeper, no shot played.
Newton, he's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 8 balls so far. Carter 29 from 31.
So Barbados being made to fight here by Jamaica. Jamaica, of course, not taking a backward step. And at the moment, they're all over the Barbadian batsmen, having picked up 3 wickets so far. But when you look up at the score, it's 50 for 3. And lots of time in which to get the remaining runs.
It is often said it is not about losing, but it is how you lose.
This is good from the bowler Morgan so far. He has kept a good line and a good length.
Short man.
He's doing what he's doing effectively is he's forcing the batsman to play. He's not giving them any free hits at the moment. And he's the one, an attempted drive into the offside and coming from the inner portion of the bat and going into the onside where it was fielded. And a maiden over to Morgan, his first over, 50 for 3.
It's very unlikely they'll be able to do that for 39 more overs. One would feel that it's only a matter of time before the Barbados get the further 75 runs they need. However, they will have to bat, they'll have to steady. The Jamaicans, on the other hand, they'll need to pick up all of 7 wickets. And they have time to do that.
Vogel continues though. Steered into the offside, just a single.
He has a total of 8 wickets, Vogel. His best being 4 for 37.
So Newton, who has faced 11 deliveries so far, looking for his first one still.
Forcing Vogel to adjust his line.
Turned into the onside, he gets his first run.
Using just the two fielders and the onside smitten.
Yes, and you know, there's a clear-cut line of attack here by the Jamaicans. They are keeping it on the offside and making it difficult for the Barbadian batsman to score.
The left-hander is now in strike, and the field has basically just rotated 180. Just the two fielders on the onside again. The clouds are dissipating, spitting, but the place is getting a little humid now.
Nicely stayed into the offside. Jamaica, they're keeping it tight though. But I think what they need here, need quickly a couple more wickets to really put the pressure on the Barbados team.
Most correct, but at the same time, if they continue to keep it tight, the batters might get a little impatient and probably try to get some erratic shots.
This has been good so far from Carter, though. He seemed to have restrained himself a bit, and he's looking to bat out the time for his team. He's looking to steady. Realize that some important wickets have gone down. And we have not seen anything rash from him. Seems to be biding his time. Vogo.
Carter, he would be thinking about another half century. He's just 19 runs away. He has done the hard work. Seeing off the better part, the quicker part of the pace bowlers, so to speak.
Nice push, but straight to the mid-off. And certainly it's very hard for the Barbados batsman to penetrate the offside field. The offside being packed. And another over comes to an end.
And the field's changing for the end of the over, but there's also a left and right combination.
Well, interestingly, the helmet is being called for, and it seems as though after one over from the far end, we are having another change. I think it was Morgan who bowled just the one over, and he's been replaced at the far end by Laws, Vittel Laws. Comes into the attack. So, might be the first sign of spin here for Jamaica.
Laws picking up 7 wickets, his best being 3 for 23. So it states that he knows a thing or two about bowling. And he seems to be left arm.
So he would be bowling to the left hand. Carter, who is on 31 from 34 deliveries. And he's bowling left arm over the wicket. Swept and swept away nicely for 4. Souths have catch it. But I think it was more of a question of catching it before he get to the boundary. And hardly a chance there for the fielder at backward. Squared to get it, and 4 runs to Carter.
Somewhat optimistic. The ball going in the air, but too far to the left of the fielder.
Mid-off being sent back on the boundary. The backward square, the long leg coming inside the circle. This time it's played back to Laws, who fields to his own bowling. So there's a mid-wicket, a long on, long off, all on the boundary. There's also extra cover sweeping. So more fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Fielders patrolling the boundary for the spinner. .35 to Carter. So having picked up a boundary in this over so far, he has gone quiet. Laws tightening up a bit. Easy single out to mid-wicket. Just turned into the onside. This has been good batting though by Zachary Carter. And he's taking on the responsibility out there for his team. He's not doing anything rash. And he's been putting the bad balls away. Has had a good strike rate too, 35 from 38 deliveries.
Not really under any pressure, the Barbados batters. Even if they get 2, 3, 4, 5 medium maidens, that's okay.
Well, in terms of asking rate, certainly not under pressure. But at the same time, too, I don't think the Barbados team would want to become too bogged down. That, of course, could create more pressure. But good start there by Laws, conceding some 5 runs from his first over.
Another bowling change at the near end, the pavilion end.
Yeah, so it's Nicole McKenzie who comes into the attack now. Looks like another spinner also, Nicole McKenzie. And we know Jamaica has a dearth of left-handers in the team. We have seen some 6, 7 left-handed batsmen. No, well, this one is right-handed. Turned into the onside quick single. And well taken in the end. So 1 more to the score.
And again, throwing at the end that Carter is running to.
Seems sort of favoring that right thigh. Hope he's okay. Seems to be okay. Nicole McKenzie. This one is driven in the air. Past the diving figure. At extra cover. He was airborne. He was diving to his right. I think that's yes, it's Laws who is in that position. And he failed to get a hand.
And the Jamaicans, they are fighting. They are not really giving up.
This time Laws is across to it, fields. Swung away out towards mid-wicket. Fielder takes the catch, throws it in the air, and Carter goes caught off the bowling of McKenzie, and he goes for 31. So 60 now for 4. Barbados and Jamaica sensing that there's a chance.
Definitely. And all they have to do is keep bowling. We did say the Barbados team, they have all the time in the world. However, how the West Indian cricketers operate, once they're contained for an over 2 or 3, then they want to break loose of that.
Well, it seems as though they're going to take a water break. And we'll perhaps use the opportunity to have a water break also. Well, we are back with the action here as play will continue after a short water break. The water break taken at the fall of Zachary Carter's wicket. And the new batsman at the crease is the wicketkeeper for the Barbados team, Bowen, who is a very diminutive figure. Fended his first delivery well. Oh, nicely paddled there by Bowen down. And I don't know who's... well, let me put it this way. In fact, one shot. So just a single to Bowen. And the guilty party seemed to have been Bowen himself, so he only has himself to blame for being one run short.
Not grounding behind the popping crease.
Of course, he would have come to the non-striker's end, an umpire Passard in attendance. He would have signaled the one shot. So obviously it was Bowen who transgressed and depriving himself of one important run.
In the scheme of things, very important.
Lots of effort for just one run.
Another quick wicket or two smitten will certainly launch the cats amongst the pigeons, as the saying goes.
Oh, that beats him outside the off stump. So Newton, lucky not to have gotten an edge. Laws, the left-hander, asking some question of the batsman. Tossed up, driven straight, and it in fact beats the mid-off fielder, and it runs away for four. Mid-off, and it ran into the boundary for a precious four for Barbados.
Good thinking in terms of the covering, the backing up, but not being able to get there in time. The captain, who's at first slip, he's not at all happy. He knows they have very precious runs to defend, and they can't afford giving away boundaries.
60 for 4. Another 60 runs needed. 65 for 4, in fact. Another 60 runs needed. And Troy, who do you say your money's on for this one?
At this stage, I'll still say Barbados. 65 for 4, needing to get 16 all of the whole entire afternoon.
Played into the offside single. So
I think they have one or two batters in the pavilion still. So
I think the off spinner would have, Baptiste would have gotten some runs in the tournament earlier on. So he's a capable batsman. But Barbados being tested here. Unfamiliar territories for Barbados. They're accustomed to getting well in excess of 200 runs, undefeated so far. This one, Bowen allows it to go by outside the leg stump on a wide signal.
you haven't had a wide in a little bit, Smitten. Jamaicans, they've been a little more disciplined relative to the wides. But they could still ill afford giving away a wide.
Ooh, that's a good one. It turned back at Bowen, who was looking to back away towards the on and push into the offside. And he missed it completely. And it was taken behind by the keeper.
The Barbados team getting a little excited. Anything coming close to the bat, beating the bat, they are going to ask a question. As much as it may be more optimism than anything else, they need wickets. And they are going to appeal for any and everything. They have just 58 more runs to defend in all of Saturday afternoon, a beautiful Saturday. The sky is fighting its way through, and it has been doing a good job. And Mackenzie.
Low scoring match so far, Troy. And it would end up being a low scoring match.
One way or the other.
But trust me, it has been an intriguing one now. And Barbados has been made to fight for every run. And Jamaica is not giving up.
They're not going to play dead and rolled over at all. They're going to fight. It's not about losing, but how do you lose? Do you lose fighting? Do you just roll over and give away the game? The Jamaicans, of course not. This reminds me of Virgil Newton. He believes any score his team makes, bowl you out for under that.
Fighting effort here so far by the Jamaican team. They have gone out there with a plan. They realize that if they are going to win this match, they would have to take wickets.
And Bowen perhaps feeling a little bit suicidal on that occasion in terms of running and wickets. Playing that one to a short cover and beckoning his partner Newton, perhaps trying to encourage the fielder there so he could throw and get some overthrows. He's going woofing outside the off stump. Is going through to the keeper. The keeper slipping off the bail. But he's well grounded buoyant.
The batsmen out there buoying, they're feeling a bit of pressure at the moment.
16 overs, it's now 68 for 4. Barnes 42, Brian 11, Dua 11. Those are the Barbados scores. The Jamaican scores. Vital Laws picked up 7 wickets, his best of 3 for 23. And here is Newton playing that one square the offside. It gets into the boundary now. He's going to get a well-deserved boundary. And a little loose on that occasion was Laws, which he could ill afford Smitten.
Yes, and of course, relieving the pressure there for Barbados. A good release, a shot, a good release boundary. Square of the wicket on the offside.
Playing that one up to cover is Newton. And you have to keep things tight. You don't have too many runs to play with. Tossing that one up is Laws. Playing it into the onside. Solitary slip in place.
What he's doing here is he's tempting the batsman. Long on is in place. He's looking for the batsman to try and hit him over the top and probably give a catch down to long on.
Which is good thinking. If you have to buy a wicket, so be it. A wicket is a wicket, no matter how it. And it's going to be, yes, he's out. Playing that one backward of point. Smitten, that wasn't buying a wicket, that was giving away his wicket.
Oh yes, he backed away towards leg. His bat was far away from his body. He hung out his bat, got the bat to it and got it down to backward point and gave an easy catch. Fielder juggled for a moment but held on to it. He seemed to have had it under control all the while, and Newton goes back. Barbados now 72 for 4. And certainly Barbados must be feeling some pressure at this point.
For 5, actually,
5, yes. The 5th wicket going down.
And the cats are the cats amongst the pigeons.
Well, quite possibly. But I did tell you we were going home only today.
One way or the other.
One way or the other.
And we're getting closer. While other matches they are having lunch, we are getting ready to go home, Smitten.
Yes, still some way to go, though. Another 53 runs needed, 200 balls to go.
And it shows how funny this game of cricket is, Smitten. Some games we thought would have been early, they went straight down to the wire. Some days we thought that we are going to go down to the wire like today. I really thought we were going down to the wire. Not expecting to be in this position where it's a little after 2 and 5 wickets are down for the Barbados team.
I think Jamaica has applied the pressure well to the Barbados batting. And one would have thought that at this point, Barbados would have been pretty much close to the runs, but instead they are struggling and up against it.
And at this stage, they should definitely feel like they can win this match, because that is a real position to be in. 5 wickets to get, yes, only 53 runs for Barbados to get. But the top half of their batting, they're back in the pavilion. Bell has had 93 runs with a high score of 39, so clearly he's no rabbit with the bat.
39 is all that's needed here, with some support for the Barbados team if they're going to get home.
Mackenzie, on the other hand, he's had 5 wickets, 2 for 18, his best bowling. So, according to the aditsman, it isn't over until the fat lady sings. And a few minutes ago, I was thinking...
Well, it isn't over for whom?
A few hours ago, I was thinking that the fat lady was having a nap. But she had to be... They had to rush to wake up. Get ready, you have to go to the park just now. So I think she's probably putting on her makeup and going slashing and looking to see if a fielder was there, going to a fielder.
The captain is a big lad, but I noticed he has been placing himself in the high traffic areas. He's down on the long off boundary, now long on for the left-handed Boyens.
And the tempo of the run in the singles, that has increased. That was a good single.
Oh yes, and what Barbados has to do at this point, instead of becoming stagnated, they have to look to rotate the scoreboard, pick up singles, and of course this is going to put pressure on the Jamaican team and not allowing one bowler to bowl at a particular batsman.
Going driving is Bell, getting a single down to the extra cover boundary region.
Bell, he has started more purposefully than some of the previous batsmen for Barbados. And his advent to the crease has seen the scoreboard beginning to tick along a little better than previously. I found that some of the previous batsmen for Barbados, they were stagnating a bit and allowing the Jamaican bowlers to bowl to them and not really putting any pressure on the Jamaican bowlers. But Bell seems to have a different intent. Yes, of course, he's from 4, but his body language and the way he's approaching his batting suggests that he's in a no-nonsense mood. He's out there to try and get the scoreboard moving along, rotating.
With a high score of 39, why shouldn't he be?
I've seen a couple of quick singles since he has been there with Bowen. So obviously realize that the need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's not all boundaries. Boundaries are not critical at this point.
And here is he going tracking that one square on the offside, getting a single. And he seems to be a batsman with some degree of aggression.
Yes, he's not going to sit around, obviously, the way he started.
And the Barbados team, they have carried the required ones to less than a half century, which no doubt is a psychological advantage for them.
Oh, look at this.
A bit of misfielding there.
Yes, Redwood allowing one through his legs, and the batsman not very alert. They could have easily gotten a bonus run there.
In tennis, one may refer to something like that as an unforced error.
It's a nice sweep shot, no?
Yes, Boyens. Very diminutive figure.
He must ask the question, I wonder if he's related to Carlon Boyne Tuckett.
And there was an umpire Boyne from Antigua and Barbuda.
You know, Carlon's mother is from Barbados originally,
okay.
Married to
Carl
Tuckett. I think Carlon himself was born in Barbados.
Okay. And trying to get that one a mighty whack was Bell. It's coming down to the fine leg boundary. Stopped just inside by the captain. Chased from first slip, did he? Seemed to have gotten some bat onto it, Smitten. And had he got that, we probably would have had to look to Stacia to find that ball.
Well, his stumps could have been knocked back too. It was a mighty hoik. He bottom edged his leg stump and it ran away for 2 runs. 2 useful runs, but a rather ugly looking swipe, and he could have easily been bowled down or easily dragged it back onto his stumps. But he got away with it, and they always tell you that fortune favors the brave, and he is prepared to make his own luck out there.
All is well that ends well.
Well, for the batsman, of course.
Mackenzie. He's bowling from the media center end. He has had 3 overs. Right arm over, 1 for 3, 1 for 8 runs.
There are 2 Mackenzie actually in the Jamaican team, one not playing. He's Nikolai. There's Rashawn Mackenzie.
And the Jamaican Smith, they're looking a little sharper in the field. Sensing the Barbadians are going to be trying to get more singles at this stage and trying to cut them off. Trying to step back, giving himself some space, his Boyens, to play it square, but that one gaining a bit of height going through to the keeper. 80 for 5 after 19.3 overs. Shout of catch it, playing it into the onside. The bowler getting there half a second after it had bounced.
Boyne is a small man, but he certainly has shaped up well. Looks very correct.
24s and 3 sixes so far. 45 runs needed in all of 182 balls. The number of balls really that is of no moment. And Mackenzie really trying different lines. And he seems to be getting some success in terms of Boyens playing at.
That one kept a trifle or 2 outside the off stump. You notice it would have stayed down once it pitched outside the off stump. And we have seen a couple of deliveries behaving that way throughout the day's play. Once they pitched outside the off stump from that end and staying down. But that's the position here.
4 runs and over, the current run rate, 1.5 runs and over, the required run rate, which perhaps is of no moment again, as Bell picks up another single. Things are going to happen one way or the other while Bell is there, Smitten.
Oh, yes. What Jamaica would like to happen at this point is to pick up another wicket or two before the score goes to 100.
Being asked of umpire Bayam, leg before.
I'm not too sure he asked the question of umpire Bayam. Rather strangely, he ran towards his teammate at extra cover. So was he really asking umpire Bayam or his teammate?
Very good question, because if he was out, Bayam would have given him out. But more optimistic than anything else. And really Barbados being put to the test, similarly to Jamaican team, they are bowling. They are also put to the test, how well they can defend.
I think Barbados, they got to be more proactive though. Sensible with it, of course, but they're allowing the Jamaican team to bowl them into a rut.
And here is going. There's a man out forward a square boundary, but that one dropping short of him to his left, running around, getting two runs. There was some excitement, some anxiety. The Jamaican team smitten, but it all fell away.
It was in the air for some time. Bowling a short man, sweeping, not really getting right to the pitch, being challenged in terms of length of body. And lucky just to have gotten it into the mid-wicket region and picking up two useful runs.
83 for 5 after the 21st over. 42 runs needed in the balance of the afternoon. One needs to use one's imagination to feel the breeze that is blowing. And the struggle continues, the battle continues out in the middle. And that's going to be an easy wide by Mackenzie, which he can ill afford to do.
So one more to the score. One extra delivery.
And here is Bell going eerily. Getting two from that. And Bell, clearly he isn't intending on sticking around too long and nothing happening. He wants to get on with it. He's not going to be bogged down. It's Bell. He's now 8 from 10. Picking up an easy single again is Bell.
Barbados has to play it sensible here, though. We saw in the previous over an attempted sweep shot by Bowens. Perhaps Bowens need to leave the hitting to Bell and play a supporting role at this point.
Bowens 6 from 21.
And I say that try because there are lots of time left in this game. Lots of balls to go. In fact, 172 balls in which to get some 38 runs. This one is airborne, but up to cover with fielded and no run. So yesterday I was saying, perhaps they need to be clear as to how they are going to approach this target. 38 runs in 170 deliveries. And this is good.
indeed getting a single down to the long on region. But you're correct, Smitten. There must be some communication. Who is going to play the attacking role? Who is going to play the defensive role? But of course, if you're defending and a ball come to be struck, it's expected you're going to strike it.
Oh yes, you got to be sensible. I'm not suggesting that Bowen going to his shell completely, but in terms of taking the additional risk, you should probably leave that to Shaquan Bell.
And on that last ball, he actually defended it well, as opposed to looking for any big hit. 88 for 5 after 22 overs. I really didn't expect this game to be in this condition at this time, one way or the other.
You have a bowling change from the far end, the Redwood is being brought into the attack.
And Redwood, he has had 73 wickets. His best bowling, well, I missed that.
And figures have been popping up. Are these wickets at on the 19 level or?
I'm thinking, because I don't expect Redwood to have had 73 wickets in 3 games. That's impossible. So I think it's in the under 19 career.
So how long has he been in under 19?
And this one goes up straight over the bowler's head by Bowen getting a single. It would be nice if the 2 sets of information were to come up. The career.
It would have meant that he would have had a number of years at under 19 level.
Exactly.
Which I doubt very much, but I guess we could get some clarification on that, because 73 wickets are a lot of wickets.
Exactly.
In a very short career. And we know most of these guys would be playing under 19 for maybe 2 seasons, 3 seasons, depending on what time, if you get in there at age 17. And that's not a lot of time unless you have been, blasting outsides to get 73 wickets. So
that's
probably need a point of clarification on that.
73 wickets in 3 years. That's 24?
24 in a tournament.
Mm-hmm. And for a bowler to be getting 24 wickets in a tournament for 3 successive years. And this one is full, and it's going to be pulled away by Shaquan Bell for 4. Backward of square. We know he's a non-nonsense batter. We know he's going to punish any ball that is loose, as he did on this occasion, picking up a very precious boundary for the Barbados team, inching them, actually it's 6, inching them closer to the 125 needed, just 32 runs left. And Bowen plays it into empty real estate, picking up 1. 32 needed. That's 6 sixes. 8 fours. And of course, any combination between 4s and 6s, singles and 2s and a few no balls and wides in there. That's a single. Bowen playing down to the long on region. First over for Redwood. Yielding 6 runs, 7 runs so far. 95 for 5. Getting to 100 would be another milestone for Barbados within the scheme of things. Bell looking at that one, watching it cautiously going into the keeper's gloves. And that brings up the end of the over. The 23rd over, 95 for 5, Barbados. Needing a further 130 runs in all of 163 balls for victory. I'll argue Barbados more in the driver's seat. However, the guns may not necessarily done. I must give credit to the Jamaican team, the fielding team. They are not giving up this game lightly. They are fighting to the end. Laws comes back into the attack.
Oops.
From this pavilion end. His left arm over. Delivery aborted on that occasion.
Just only point of clarification, Troy. These are 73 wickets. There seems to be an accumulation of wickets, maybe at under 15, under 13
okay.
level, under 15 level. And, coming up to the ranks, and perhaps if these bowlers would have played some at another level, though it's not for the under 19 tournament.
That makes a lot of sense. And it will be very much more helpful if various headings are given. Because the stats for this year's tournament, that would be very, very important.
Of course, it do take some time to put the stats together, but
29 runs needed only. And Laws is bowling to prevent that.
Well, as the runs become less and less, we're now into the 20s. The pressure is easing off the Barbados team. The pressure is building on Jamaica. They're not chirping as much as they were previously.
And here is Boyne, again sweeping, going backward of square. There's a man there at the boundary picking up a single.
Control sweep shot there by young Boyne. It was in the air for some time, but well away from any of the fielders. The Jamaican players immediately became excited seeing the ball in the air. But he gets away with one there, Troy.
Yes, it is. Shakwan, and he's mad with himself for not picking up a single there. Boyne seems very comfortable. He seems he liked that sweep shot a lot. We've seen he played it a few times. And Bell, he has shown us that he can be aggressive, but he's also showing us that he is very defensive as well, rightfully so, bringing up the end of the over 98 for 5 after 24 overs.
Yes, Barbados breathing a little easier at this moment. Still not yet home, some way to go still. 2 runs to get to the 200, another 27 runs needed to win this one. But they are really inching them their way towards
sweeping somewhat. Backward of square, getting a single. And inching, clawing themselves to the score at the Barbadians.
I can tell you though, Troy, that Australia is batting against West Indies over there in that day-night match, the first day-night match, but we're having some runs here.
And here is Bell getting that one down to the long leg region, picking up a boundary, drifting just about the leg stump just outside was Redwood, and he was made to pay for that. He's now adjusting his mark. 103, Barbados. Just 22 runs needed for victory. And the little milestones that the Barbados team have been doing. Get it on the 50, get it on the 40, get it on the... And here is Bell going aerially, deliberately, straight back over the bowler's head for 4 runs.
Very good shot indeed by Bell. Played it straight. just to the left of mid-on, but airborne, and he dropped just one bounce inside the boundary, and the Jamaicans are not chirping now.
Because they can actually sense this. And Bell getting back, stretching to a ball outside, getting it into the cover region for a single. Not the more textbook style shot you'll see, Smitten.
No, definitely not. But nevertheless, an important run. Just another 18 runs needed.
Score below the 20s now. I guess the next target will be getting it into single figures. And Bowen is chipping a single out of that. Playing it down to a wide-ish mid-on. The bowler coming in from the long-on region to field. And that brings the aggressive Shaquan Bell, who's on 24 from 22 into strike. The only dot ball in the over, a very good over for the Barbados team. Some 11 runs coming from it.
Yes, Barbados inching closer and closer to their fourth consecutive victory, and remaining undefeated in this year's tournament so far. But this has been a very good knock by Shaquan Bell, who's on 24 from 23. And Bowens, he has supported well. He's 13 from 31. Just to tell you, though, that the West Indies, they would have made some change this to their team. Kevlin Anderson, he is debuting. He's in for Carty. Mikael Louis is in for Brathwaite. And Jamel Warwick, the vice captain, he's in for Anderson Phillip. So West Indies are making 3 changes to that team, and Australia is batting over there in Jamaica in that historic the night match. So for West Indies, it's Mikael Louis, John Campbell, Kevlin Anderson, Brandon King, Shai Hope, Austin Chase, Justin Graves, Jamel Warwikan, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, and Jaden Seals. And Australia 3 for no loss, 1 over gone. This one is stayed into the offside. Bowen is thinking of a run, it's not on. And just to tell you that Australia won the toss and elected to bat. And the famous Adrian Holstock and Nitin Menin, they are the umpires, with Kettlebauer, the TV umpire, defended there.
Is the lion roaring, Smitten?
Well, I'm getting to that now. No, he has been dropped for the first time. So Scott Boland has come in, and I think this is the first time that he has been dropped from the Australian team. He would have missed out on matches due to injury, but it's the first time he has been dropped. But tactical move by the Australian team. I don't think that is going to be for too long, just to get that extra fast bowler into the team. So Boland comes in place of Lyon. So for Australia, it's Usman Khawaja, Sam Qantas, Cameron Green, Steve Smith, Travis Head, Bo Webster, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, and Josh Hazelwood. So 1 change for Australia, a couple of changes for West Indies.
The changes for...
No ball signal there.
Just 16 runs now needed.
So 1 extra run and a free hit coming up. And will Bowen capitalize on this one? You were saying the changes for?
The changes, they're not surprising, Smitten.
No, I would have said on my show Thursday evening that I anticipate that Brathwaite is going to go out and Anderson is also going to come in. Free hit in the air, and no chance of the batsman getting out, but just a single to the score. And So not surprising, and Brathwaite, who made 0-4 in his 100th Test match, being dropped. Someone commented on the fact the other day that he should have held on to the captaincy.
Perhaps.
That would have shown that
He played a few more matches.
He played a few more matches. And is it the end of Brathwaite? We'll have to wait and see.
I am seeing it is going to be a little
Flashed
challenging.
into the offside 4. That's a good shot.
Indeed it is. Shaquan Bell showing how aggressive he can be. We've known that. We've seen it. And interesting, after hitting that for 4, he's asking for, well, he asked for a change of bat before that ball. So perhaps he intends to finish the match in this. This is over, Smitten.
Well, certainly. Let's
Only
see.
10 runs to get.
10 runs to get. How many deliveries left in this over?
All of forever. 144.
Well, you said this over. I'm just checking to.
The next over, sorry. The over that is coming up.
Well, he's not facing anyhow, so.
But Boyne is going to give him a single.
We'll have to
and
turn the strike over.
But the question is, do you really see Brathwaite making it back to the West Indies team?
It's very difficult, but at the same time, having said that though, West Indies, they're having a problem with their openers. And no opener for West Indies has solidified his position in recent times. We have seen Louis being tried, he was left out. He has had a bad run. Well, he's back in, an opportunity for him. And Campbell has come in, but he has not played good cricket. He has had a score of 40 runs. But, he has given it away at times. And opportunities for himself and Mikhail Louis to advance their position in the coming series. Of course, Test matches for West Indies are few and far between. As a fast bowler comes up from the far end, ball starts with a wide. That's James starts very wide of the arm.
With just 9 runs left. And I don't see this match going beyond 2 overs, really.
9 runs needed.
To get 9 runs left to get.
I'm not even counting balls.
That's the balls are irrelevant, so to speak.
So perhaps you would have quite a bit of time. Well, of course, unlike me, I can go home and look at the rest of the test match.
I envy you.
I have quite some time to look at it. Quick single here by Boyne, played to mid-off. So they're playing this well. Of course, it might come a point while I'm home, the test match might be looking at me.
I understand, but the West Indies, they've come in for a bit of flogging for the last 2 matches where they batted the 4th innings, they batted last. And it's not the fact that they were out for 140 plus, but the fact that they didn't capitalize the 2 days and a piece that they had to bat.
Situation, they have been in situation, but they have not capitalized.
Exactly.
They have bowled well.
Yeah, kudos to the bowlers.
Interesting though, West Indies has brought back in a spinner while Australia opted to leave out.
A spinner and bringing a pace.
A spinner and bringing a pace. A man who has over 500 wickets, I think 530 plus wickets, Nathan Lyon.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting, Smith.
The pink ball and existing conditions perhaps.
Strategic.
It's a strategic move by Australia.
But a drop is a drop.
A drop is a drop. I think though it's a good move by West Indies to bring back in their vice captain because of recent times he has done better with the bat than many. Defended by Boyne.
And really, it's an opportunity for Kyle and all the cricketers to cement themselves. Because we still have Alec Athanaze and Kavim Hodge, who persons are wondering how come they're not in this series.
It's good to see Kevlin Anderson, who has been one of the leading run scorers in this year's regional tournament. Very solid middle order batsman getting into the team. Carty would have had his opportunities, but has been disappointed at the test match level, has done very well in the one-day arena. This one is driven nicely. Wonderful shot by the young man. 4 runs. Through cover, through extra cover, 4 runs.
Elegantly
to Bowen.
Indeed. And it looks like there's 3 runs to get. So the match can very well finish within this over. But that was an exquisite shot by Bowen.
Certainly the young man has blossomed. He's therefore the longer version of the game too. He's very solid. And he plays with a very straight bat. Of course, he loves the sweep shot. But
a very calm customer.
Oh, he's playing it back. The appeal goes up. The umpire says not out.
No, he's giving him out, Swinton.
In fact, he's giving him out. Bowen is not too happy with the decision.
What is he suggesting? It bounced?
Probably.
And the umpire, he thought about it for a moment.
Seems as though he might have played it into the boot, though. So.
Well, if it's into the boot, he's going to go caught because it didn't touch the ground.
Well, it's difficult to tell from the replays we're getting. We're only seeing it from one angle, and the batsman back is to us. So.
But the way he treated his right foot, shaking it, it suggested he played it into the right foot.
Well, he could have played it into the ground and into the right foot. That's a possibility also. It's
correct.
It's very difficult to tell from our vantage point. We are only, the replay we are seeing is the back of the player. There's no frontal view. So very difficult to tell from there. But Barbados, well and truly, on course to get these 125 runs, just 3 runs away, and they're rather a bit of an anticlimax.
A wide and 2 balls, 4 runs, 3 singles, a 2 and a 1, any combination. But definitely, the fat lady is just about to climb up to the podium. But the West Indies team, and there's still Imlach. There was a suggestion that Imlach should have been brought into this game as well. Kevin Imlach as a batsman. And we still have Joshua De Silva, who made 3 centuries in the regional tournament. And we still have Amune Django, who played in Pakistan, but he didn't have the best of regional 4 matches here.
What West Indies need now, what the West Indies really need is consistency. Baptiste is there, but he's the non-striker. And Shekan Bell, who has played a very good inning so far, he's on 28, digs this one out. Just another 3 runs needed to win. And I'm not even looking at the number of balls. That has become immaterial a long time ago.
But the West Indian players, Smitten, in listening to some various podcasts going around, the thinking is that they need to work more on their fitness.
Well, I try not to listen to too many podcasts because saying work on the fitness is not telling me much. I would say they need to work on their mental fitness. I think
that is both physically and mentally.
That's where the problem lies with West Indies batsmen. Driven, but straight to mid-off. I don't think it's a question of physical fitness. And because we do not have players breaking down. And, you know, if you're playing Test cricket and you're not fit, then you end up with a number of injuries, which suggests to me that the physical fitness of the West Indian players is pretty okay. But I think it's more of a mental thing for our players. And, well, you put it down to mental fitness, yes, I would agree with that one. But I try not to listen to too many podcasts because everyone has an opinion. And then you tend to get a bit confused. Or they're thinking of a run, it's not on. So Jamaica is continuing to make the Barbados team work for these runs. Of course, Jamaica would have scored some 124. And for Jamaica, of course, the captain was the one who top scored with, this one is played into the offside. The captain is there, he fields, and there's no run. But Jamaica winning the toss and batting. And Brian Barnes, the captain, the top scored with 42. And then after that, the next best, he's driving into the pads, airy fairy shot, and it goes into the offside. So the next best score after that was 37 extras with 28 wides.
Wow.
8 leg byes.
That's a lot of extras.
1 no ball. Very disciplined in that aspect. Hardly any no balls. And then after that, for Jamaica, 1 other score in double figure, David Dewar, 11. From 33 deliveries, Barnes at 42 from 41 deliveries. And like I said, the extras really starring today. And for Barbados, the main wicket taker was Kamari Griffith. He had 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 4 wickets. And he was well supported by Baptiste, Zandra Baptiste, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 20 runs, 2 wickets. And Rajai Gittins, he had 4 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 2 wickets. And Shakan Bell, he picked up 1 wicket. So Barbados needing just another 3 runs as this one is played down to the boundary, down to the backward point boundary. 4 runs to Barbados, and they would have won this game. And Jamaica, of course, putting up a fight. It was not easy for Barbados, and Barbados finishing on 126 for 6. With Zachary Carter getting 37 from 42 deliveries. And we had Shaquan Bell, who played a very good knock. He was left not out, 28 from 24 deliveries. And the good support coming from young Gadsden Bowens, who got 19 from 43 deliveries. So Barbados remains undefeated. Just to tell you that for Jamaica, Deshaun James, he picked up 2 for 30 from 6 overs. Kevondre Virgo, he had 2 for 28 with a maiden from 6 overs. A wicket apiece to Vitel Laws and Nicole Mackenzie. And Barbados winning in the end. It was a good fight by the Jamaican team, but Barbados in the end showing that they are the team to beat in this year's tournament, and they prospered in the end and came out on top. So that's it from us here. We'll be back here on Tuesday for another match, but until then, it's Earl Smitten on behalf of Troy Mills saying goodbye from St. Paul's.